What's up, YouTube? Mr. LamaC here, and today we're going to begin part nightmare of our Zeal Paladin guided playthrough Let's Play. So, we had a good part normal right there. I am level 33. I'm hoping that you're a little bit higher level. You spent a little bit of time farming Eldritch, farming Pindles, gaining, whatever. Go up to 35, 36, 37, 38, 40. Whatever it is, all of that is going to be helpful as we move into Nightmare here. We're going to be continuing with Holy Fire. I did mess around in the previous run with switching over to Fanaticism, and it just wasn't working very well, which is why we redid this entire thing, because it was just like, it wasn't quite ready. We need to shift instead into, continue with Holy Fire through, especially because Holy Fire did get a nice little boost. And I mean, it would have been fine with Fanaticism if I just leveled a little bit more earlier and if I found weapons or bases or things that just helped out. But it felt like the character was just struggling in many ways. He had a nice helmet. Other than that, though, it was a struggle. So we can do a quick gear check, look at the character check, stat check. Here's where we are stat-wise. Mostly Vitality. Thank you, Frozen. Resist fire, maxed Holy Fire, and then just 1 to Zeal. Again, if you want to have 1 to charge right now, you totally can. And then gear-wise, we have a Steel. We just have Nauseas with the added fire damage is fun. Not really an amulet yet. We'll probably just try and craft something. 5 all res there, 10 fast run walk, fire resist, Hisaris, stealth, a little attack rating here. And then a little attack rating right here. So still plenty of upgrades to be had. I also have a pretty nice helm right here that I could totally socket some things into. We could put this in and have some nice life, though I will be doing that. We could put some resistances into that if I need. Put an Ort rune in there and something else, and then just have some really solid light res. So I'll probably end up using this mask a little bit later. But for now, we'll just stick with how we have it. And as always, you can take a look at different gear here, because you can find things like Frost Nova, chance for Frost Nova hit. You can find really nice belts. You can find, honestly, perfectly fine gear there. And we can take a look and see, okay, that doesn't actually benefit us more, the 5%. But, worth a shot. Why not? So there's a lot of decent things that you can find just throughout the game there. But we are going to move this way. And we can, oh man, curse. So for a couple of things and reasons and everything, we're going to be a little more particular in how we fight things. I think right now I'm on Players 8, I am. So Players 8 is dangerous when you have Quill Rats, and just when you get into Nightmare, it can be really rough. So you have to be very, very particular in what all you're going to go fight. So we are just going to drag some stuff away. Zombies, I'm not really looking to fight that much. They are just tankier. Ah, tried to save them. Just missed. But we will grab some experience here and there where we can. And then we'll do the Den of Evil, but we'll do that on a lower players count. Change title to Nightmare. I mean, it's a hell run. Just we are currently in part Nightmare of said hell run. Now, you can see how good our pulse is. This is actually a huge, huge reason and piece for all of this. And I'm on Players 8, which means if I drop to Players 1, we will still be getting crazy good experience. I can just drop to Players 1 there. And that is honestly one of the biggest reasons to keep Holy Fire, is it gives us this AoE that we're really just not getting otherwise. So when I go into this Den of Evil, I'm on Players 1, you're just gonna see everything just dying. Just 2 shots. Don't have to worry. And it just speeds up the character, allows him to get that experience that we really need so much faster. So it really is a big help. And that's one of the main reasons to keep it, on top of the fact that it adds tons of damage. I mean, look at my damage right now. Holy Fire is adding 813 to 1,077 fire damage to my attacks. So with that, essentially, whatever weapon I have doesn't matter. This weapon does 5 to 10 damage. That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. All of my damage comes from the Holy Fire skill. And there's still some more room. As you can see, we still have room right there. 8 more skill points to be added. So, and this will allow us as well to keep up with the experience gain that we're going to want to be having here. So that right there is also an important part. Is we need to make sure that we're able to continue gaining experience and continue leveling so that we don't get stuck behind. Because if you get caught behind, this game just becomes much more difficult on a physical character. Plain and simple, just becomes more difficult. And that's the Den of Evil. I mean, nice and easy. $14 ED, 1 to 16 lightning damage, some dexterity. That's kind of fun. So we got here, hey, added cold damage. Perfect. I'm gonna drop that poison res. Added cold damage is always nice, and if you can get it on a small charm, that's just a super great place to have it. Also, we'll put that point to resist fire. So, love getting a charm that can help us with that. But yeah, just being able to run around and crush everything. Again, we could stay on players 1 here. We could increase the player count if we want to try and hit the higher levels of experience there. I'm kind of down for both. That is an amazing charm for us. This one is pretty garbage now. I'm going to go ahead and drop this one, and we're just going to keep this one instead. 26 to light res, 6 to strength. Fantastic. A little bit of added strength never hurts. There's plenty of items that we'll be using, you know, needing a little extra strength to get to. But 26 light res brings us into the positives, and we thank it for that. So, huge right there. Okay, so we are going to now be pushing our way over towards the... man, it's just so much better just being Holy Fire like this. We're going to start pushing our way over to the tower. And again, just kind of keeping stuff close enough that I can let my pulse hit it. That's just really like such a nice thing. The radius is 16.6 yards, which is a lot of the screen. I mean, look at this. Like... he's getting hit all the way there. So the radius is honestly like most of your screen, which is just crazy. So I just kind of keep stuff close, especially stuff that will die in, you know, 2-3 pulses. Like these foul crows. 2-3 pulses. Nice and easy. And we're just killing boss groups, right? But like these clan members right here, they would take a while. You know, we don't have to exactly focus on them, but we can kind of keep them close if we want while we're killing other things. Let the damage pulse around on those guys.
Paladin.
And another point to resist fire. He's fire enchanted, so I'm not really going to focus on him, but I will kill his minions. It's beautiful. Thank you, Hamfist. We'll grab an Amrune happily. That gives us potential for a strength, which is Am tier. That also gives us potential for a lot of other pieces. If we wanted to make honor, Amel Ith tier soul, we can shove it in there. If we want to make spirit, Talthol, or Am, right? So we have a lot of options. We'll go ahead and kill this guy just straight up now. And we'll continue Vitality for now. Three good boss groups all right here. And 3 easy kills all right there as well. Also, once you hit Nightmare, it isn't a horrible idea to start shifting into having rejuves on your belt. You can do this earlier if you would like, especially if you're hardcore. You're pretty much always going to want this. But it's always like a nice little boost right there to have. Lightning Cold Enchanted. We'll kill from afar. It would be nice if Holy Fire proc rate scaled at some point with attack speed or FCR. It'd probably be too much, you know, giving even more power to those which already are so important and so good. Just lovely how much damage we can put out. I'm just comparing this to the previous run I did where we were like scraping by to do any damage as fanaticism. And this character just is like doesn't care. So again, I'm just on players 1 right now, but we could definitely increase the player count if we want, try and get a little more experience, but since we're not like one-shotting everything, it's 2 or 3, I feel like this is a pretty good pace, so that way I can keep moving forward. Oh my god, did we get another river map? No, we didn't. Okay, good. Yeah, Chalen died. That's okay, we don't need him right now. I am gonna grab this circlet. We can imbue the circlet and have some fun there. We'll check where our waypoint is as well. The circlet is damaged. Doesn't matter. No, I'm just gonna use my Charcy quest there, so not really gonna matter for that. Damage just gonna like lower the defense on it. But if it gets shifted to rare, it'll probably get that back anyways. What is the endgame weapon for this build? 23 attack rating, 10 energy. It's kind of a low amount of attack rating. 10 energy is kind of nice, but I don't really use energy that much yet, so I'm still just gonna dump it. Grief is your endgame here. I'm not socketing the item or anything, but no. Lower quality is not always one socket. Sick of D4? Y'all say sick of. I say I finished it. I beat the game. Got level 100. Did everything I wanted to do. Doesn't feel like there's much left to go do in it, and I didn't really feel like playing a different character, to be honest. Ooh, heavy belt. Let's go, baby. Gold wrap. That's lovely. Little bits of magic find can go a long way. So having 30% magic find right now is super nice. Plus we get the 10 IAS, which is always good. I do lose Hisaris, which is solid. If I get, you know, another Hisaris piece, I'd probably end up swapping back if I get the boost, because the attack rating boost would give me like 350 attack rating or something right now. But for now, we will happily enjoy our gold wrap. And again, like I said, if you can stack up some magic find here and there, that's always like super, super helpful. We'll pulse down some baddies. Nice and simple. So yeah, this run definitely feels way nicer when we continue with Holy Fire at this point. Just because, again, we have some damage, so we can swing and hit stuff, but the pulsing really is just so good at this point in the game. It's pretty crazy how much of a boost it is still, and how much damage it actually does. That it really makes everything easier. We'll go resist fire. Level 35. Hell is coming. Oh yeah, hell is gonna be rough. Pulse some ghost. I'd love to find a ring with like 100 attack rate or something. That's definitely like the weakest part so far. Is we don't really have a lot of good attack rating right now. Not many pieces helping us out there, so that does make it tough for hitting, especially as we go up. Oh no, fire enchanted,
so I started my
fire immune.
single-player Grail from scratch,
okay.
and I'm making a Smiter FOH hybrid. First you meet Biggins Bonnet lol, and I realized just how much quicker you can get through this game.
Nice.
But single player is very rewarding. Thanks for all the SSF guides, Llama.
Of course. See you in heck, rag. Thank you guys. Since he's fire enchanted, I'm gonna kind of wait till I can solo him a little bit more, and we're gonna get our mercenary to help out. There we go. Because he'll do a lot of that physical damage that I can't do. So, runes and rune words and everything here. Let's talk a little bit about it. Number 1, insight for a mercenary would be fabulous. Raltir Tal Soul, so we would love to find ourselves some runes for that. Honor would be a great weapon for us to have. That is going to be Amel Ithtir Soul. Hustle would actually be really nice, and hustle could allow us to look for a couple of things. So if we look right here, hustle gives us that chance of burst of speed and fanaticism on top of IAS and some nice ED. So we could use it as a weapon. We could also give it to a mercenary if we'd like. However, if we're using this as a weapon, when we shift over to fanaticism, we're going to find, then something better that we'd be using. If we make it into an armor, big fast run walk, big attack speed, some hit recovery, evade, dexterity, and a little bit of resistances. That sounds really nice. Honestly, they both sound really, really nice. It's hard to say which one I would prefer on this character, and I'm not sure. That's if we get a co-rune, though. Co-runes are harder to get, obviously, right? So, rune words, D2. Okay, let's just look. That's not the site. Where's Ariat Summit? Perfect. Other than this, Crescent Moon would be great. Duress would be great, but we need an rune for those. So again, have to just see kind of what drops as we go along the way there. Kingslayer and Oath could both be nice, but harder to get. Again, depends what you find. Grief is obviously God tier. Lawbringer is super nice. That chance for Decrevify is huge. Could give this to ourselves or an Act 5 mercenary right there. And then It's just got some nice damage and other pieces. I think this is really great just for a mercenary, honestly. Let him decrepify everything, and then you're good to go. Like I said, Oath is fantastic. Obedience, if we get a foul rune and a co-rune for a mercenary, is fantastic. We can make a spirit thanks to Paladin shields. They aren't like crazy good. You can see as a weapon, it's like, okay, it adds a little bit of damage and things, but it really wouldn't do a ton for this character. But in a shield, it'd be all right. We'd get some decent resistance. If we find Cannot Be Frozen somewhere else, then we're good to go. Now, for Cannot Be Frozen, well, let's take a look here. Of course, Treachery would be the only thing I'd really make from this. And then Black or Strength are going to be good for just having, like, in general, right? Holy Thunder, hey, it's got 3 to Holy Shock. That's kind of fun, but we won't really be looking at this. Honor would be something great. King's Grace actually isn't horrible, just as like a temp thing that we could use. 150 attack rating, some more attack rating versus demons and undead, and then some damage, right? So it's not terrible by any means. I don't hate Lionheart either. Gives some nice res, life, dex, vita, strength. It does take a foul rune though, so generally I'd prefer Obedience for my mercenary at that point. Rhyme has Cannot Be Frozen, Hearth has Cannot Be Frozen, and Wisdom has Cannot Be Frozen. So all of those are the 3 that we really need to like think about when we'd be considering what we're doing there. And then of course Smoke for 50 all res and 20 hit recovery is super nice. Strength is that, you know, we've talked about that, and that's pretty much it for the rune words there. So yeah, depending what runes we can find here, Rhyme is probably our most likely that we're going to be going towards. However, you know, if we drop like an Io rune or something, going after a whatchamacallit, going after like a Hearth is not a bad idea. It gets us some cold res, which is really nice, but additionally it gets us Canopy Frozen and frees up our shield slot so we could put something with even more, sorry I'm zoomed, with even more damage into it, or resistances into it. So that is a possibility to think about. Oh, I can't see from there. Yeah, that was just my bad. Wrong screen. So while we're running through here, we can consider leveling or not leveling as much as we would like. We can consider increasing, decreasing our the player count. Again, players 1 allows us to move pretty fast through here and get down to the Countess, which is my main focus. However, I could probably go up to like players 2 or 3 if I wanted and still move at an okay speed through, still kill some stuff, but then get down to the Countess pretty quickly. So it just depends how fast, how eager you are for all that movement there. We'll grab that, get a little gold. Let our mercenary do a little work over there. Beautiful. On single player, the map, you will be able to continue to see it. Maps stay the same for you. On multiplayer, yes, you will need to refine your map every time. Whatever you do with player count, though, just remember when you get to the Countess, you want to go back to players 1. That is the important thing to remember. She will drop the most runes on players 1. Another Eth rune, which if we're going for rhyme, shale Eth, we want. If I don't already have a second one. Put that away. Nothing really there, nothing really there. Do the lightning. Now, since I don't really have much of an amulet, I can look at potentially crafting just to see what we have. We do have a perfect amethyst. We have a Ral rune. Let me go get that amulet I just found. And then we have a random jewel. So it does matter the level of the amulet you find, which is why you want to find one that's at least the furthest that you can be. And then you can roll an amulet and maybe you'll get something decent. 27 to life, 27 to mana. Yeah, I'll take that over 1 max 19 AR. It's not like a crazy big boost, but it's something small and potentially gets us to another breakpoint for our teleport staff, which would be helpful. Careful with Chalin down here. He doesn't like to run away as much as he should. So why did I craft a caster amulet? Because I was just trying to roll a rare amulet and I had a perfect amethyst and a spare Ral rune, so it just made it nice and easy. Other amulets, it's like, yeah, it'd be a little bit nicer to craft like a blood amulet or something, but I'd rather save that perfect ruby I have to try and craft some blood gloves, which will be a Neph rune, a perfect ruby, a random jewel, and then some gloves there, heavy gloves. So we can do that later on, try and get some crushing blow, and we'll try and use that before we get to Andariel. Though with our fire damage, we'll destroy Andariel pretty fast. Unfortunately, extra strong archers were too much for Chalin to handle. He will take a fall there. Yep. Gambling an amulet is not bad at all for a base. However, I had found that amulet down here, so it was a decent level. This is players 1. Got more points to resist fire over there. And we'll get some more vitality. We can check out this pike. Ooh, that's nice. Let me do that. We'll give that to Chalin. Nice ED, some attack rating. A little extra damage for him. There we go. Happy 4th of July. Same to you. Gather everybody up. Finding all the unique bows right now. We do have this gold wrap here, which is going to help with our magic find for sure. It's true, T. Make sure you're on players 1 again. Soul Eth, very nice. So, needed a soul rune. I believe we should have insight now. Ral, we need a tier rune actually. So we need a tier rune and we can have that. Let's see. ML, Ith, tier, soul. So we're missing a little bit if we wanted to make honor right now. But just nice to see. So Tyrone will get us there, and again, You can always shop for really nice gloves, boots, belts whenever you're here. You can just like reset your town over and over again.
Yes.
And just look at, you know, whatever they've got. Hey, IAS gloves, right? You can find a lot of stuff like that, which is really nice. So just keep your eyes peeled as you're running through all that. Ooh, wow, thank you. Delish. Am I gonna make last wish? I'm probably okay, thank you though. Moo Girl is here, yes. Go ahead and get some nice pulses off right here. It's so nice how easy it is to gain experience with this character right now. Like, so very nice. Cold Enchanted, we will keep a little distance. Oh yeah, skip it. Whoa. Why is this bell pepper so hot? Tastes like a hot pepper. Whew. Okay, another point to resist fire. More points to vitality. Let's keep getting some life here. Spicy, man. Also, Moo Girl made some bomb zucchini. There's a Holy Fire playthrough. It's a Zeal playthrough, but we're using Holy Fire for now, yeah. So, spending time in the Nightmare Countess is really solid for a couple of reasons. Number one, there is just all of the great runes to gather, which is super helpful. Those are not any of the great runes right there, but they do exist. Number two is overall pretty decent experience, pretty good place to level up with that experience. That's not quite a charm I care about. So really just between those 2 points there's a lot to be had from it. And again, we can just kind of run around and enjoy. The scimitar is a little bit better rag, but it's not like a huge deal. Shaylin, you're good, buddy. Alright, we're just gonna move forward. Fire immune, we say no thanks. Ooh, fanaticism. And cold enchant. Good pulses. For sure, Dave. This is a fantastic lunch. Thank you, Moo Girl. We like our flawless rubies as well. This is just players 1, but there's a lot of boss groups down here. And just like I talked about in part normal, boss groups are worth 500% experience. So to kill a lot of boss groups is to just get a lot of experience.
Happy 4th, Llama.
Thank you, Android. Happy 4th to you. Hope you're doing well. A lot of experience to be had. Again, we could raise the player count up, but I feel like this has given us a good speed, good pace. We're getting down to the Countess at a decent time. We're still able to get experience.
Stay a while and listen. T-shirt.
Nice.
I feel so validated.
Feels good. Another Eth room. The Eths just will not stop. We did get a rare ring though. Hopefully something good there.
What you need?
Did I do the D-Force side quest? Not sure. This ring is like almost nice, but just nothing on it that super like calls to me. Had a lot of affixes, some potential. Ouch. Cursed plus cold enchanted there. It's nasty. I need a napkin. 1 second. Okay. You like more the D2? Yes. My mercenary had Blessed Aim Aura. Though, when we get to Act 2 Nightmare, honestly getting Holy Freeze probably won't be a bad idea. Just kind of combine all that together. It's fine. Doesn't Holy Freeze suck damage-wise? We aren't getting it for the damage. We're getting it for the fact that he'll slow him and I'll burst him down with my Holy Fire. Exactly. D4 will go through the same ebbs and flows, and at the end of the day, it'll be just like Diablo 3 after a few years where, you know, the game is, you know, like Diablo 3. So something you can also do is really time your pulses. You can... That's something that you'll get used to as you play through this character a little bit more. Is when the pulse hits, right? More resist fire, more vitality. So you can see it's and hit, and hit, right? So you can actually go and like hide behind walls on a non-pulse time and then show yourself when it's like time for that pulse to hit again. Another Eth rune. Is my game broken? Hold on, something. What's up? We've had like 7 Eths in a row or something. What is going on? One to dexterity is a little bit too low. We'll just keep going here. I gotta restart my streamer client. We're also now 38.5. So we will start seeing a little bit of like fall off in terms of the experience gain and stuff at this point when we're running through the tower, but it's not gonna be horrible still. It's like okay. Eld rune. I actually need a tier rune, so Eld rune is great. 1/3 of a tier. We can also, of course, go back to normal and farm normal Countess for a tier rune if we ever wanted, but we get more experience up here. Plus, we still need a Shale rune. We still need an Io rune. You know, we still need like a lot of runes here. So I'm just kind of running forward and killing a bunch of random doodads. Io is if we want to make Hearth or Bulwark. Both would honestly be great. If I dropped 2 Io runes, that'd be like super amazing. Bulwark for the mercenary, though we could also use it for ourselves later on, especially when we shift into the other piece into fanaticism and stuff later on. Wouldn't be terrible. Help with a little survivability. Later projects played before I've gotten pretty stale. Yeah. I'm glad you bought D2R on sale. Hope you enjoy the game. You too, Russ. Let's go ahead and kill the champions. Grab a waypoint. We'll do another tower. We had a lot more LOM RPG discussion today in ! RPG Discord. I'd love to get chat's thoughts on this. So, currently, here is the debate. Here is the debate. Do we want levels to be capped or uncapped? Now, uncapped leveling will be different than just... Ooh, that's painful. How you would think of it in like Diablo 4, where levels are so important and there's so much, right? Like, if there are a few levels above right there, it's a big difference, right? And it would be more exponential in a way where, you know, think about like Diablo 2. If Diablo 2 had uncapped leveling, the highest level would be like maybe like what, 105 or something. I mean, maybe it would be so miserable. At the same time, you also, what's the difference between a level 105 and a level like 95? Not a ton. We're not doing Paragon like D3. Sorry, finishing my lunch. So, the idea of the uncap is really letting people, if they want, just invest in a character and have kind of a continued grind with the character. Because something that I always kind of hate about Diablo 2, hate is a strong word, dislike, is when I do hit level 99, all of a sudden, everything I go kill has like no progress anymore. Right? It's like I can get items, but that's it. Now, not many people hit 99, so they don't really run into that problem where they, you know, experience it. But once you're there, you're like, well, I kind of just don't want to play this character anymore. That's the point of an ARPG? Well, I'm making a JRPG. And it's not going to have an end. Now, I definitely have plans to continue adding zones, making things harder, all of that. JRPGs even more so have definite ends. Well, then I'm making a turn-based MMO. Whatever it is. My game is not being defined by these silly terms. So yes, level is not dictating strength nearly as much, but it will of course have a small bit, right? A higher level will be able to get more, have, you know, a few more skills, a few more stats. But it's nothing like, you know, again, a level 160 versus level 150, and the level 160 just like obliterates him because he does 10x the damage or anything, whatever. So it's very minor. My idea is I really want the game to have like a long grind with a lot of steps along the way, right? Like Diablo 4 put in Shaco, Grandfather, right? Those 6 items, but they're like horrible because that's it. It's like you have these insane chase uniques that nobody will ever find. You also can't trade them. Or you have nothing in between. I love the idea of having crazy, crazy chase items that just exist way out there. But A, they're tradable, and B, all along the way, you'll be able to get all sorts of stuff. So a lot more, you know, the grind all through there. So Talort Soul? Okay, that's not a bad dropping. That's my current thought. More like EverQuest? There you go. But one thing that one user brought up in !RPG Discord, the Discord where we discuss all things LOM RPG, and you should totally join it. One thing that we discussed is the idea that new players, you know, feel like maybe they wouldn't be able to ever catch up, right? Let's say the game is 5 years old and somebody's put, you know, a few thousand hours in. Well, that person can continue to grind and continue to be godlike. And obviously, you know, let's say that player is level 200 and somebody grinds up to like 180 because 180 to 200 will take 10 times the time or something. Power-wise, it's not that big a difference, but level-wise, the 200 player can still always be that higher level and have that, you know, advantage. Will the rarest drops actually be useful? Hopefully. Don't have a leaderboard? There will be a PvP leaderboard for sure. So I actually think PvP will be important. The problem is the scaling. If you look at D2, you often do not look at the level unless you are melee. Each level is min-maxing. If you had scaling with each level till the monster level cap, you have the same feeling even worse if your gear falls behind. Yeah, there's not going to be any of that garbage. So the idea is going to be a level, you know, 120 zone versus a level 100 zone is not going to be scaled 1,000 times up where your gear is so, you know, bad now because it doesn't have the scaling, whatever. You know, it will very much be similar to Diablo 2, where you can be a level like 50, you know, sorceress in a level 85 area, and it's gonna be hard. But you could kill some things if you wanted in that area. But it's not like, oh, I need all these gear upgrades and all these things, you know, with everything. And you could still have some gear that's gonna be doing really well with it. So yeah, I'm not going to do this weird scaling that all the games seem to be doing now. Oh, that hurt. Extra strong and cursed. Towel rune. Brutal. Thank you, Quick! There will be penguins. Yes. Runes are just a struggle bus right now. So we need to get Cannot Be Frozen in some capacity. Whether it be Wisdom from a pole rune, Rhyme from a shale rune, or Shale IO for Hearth. One of those will be pretty needed because running around without Cannot Be Frozen is just going to be tough. So we'll have to see what we can find right here. But it's not for Duriel, it's just for monsters. As we move into later pieces of the game, monsters are just hard. Kind of plain and simple. They just get harder and harder, and many of them have freezing hits like this. And trying to hit while you're frozen is just rough. I mean, +2 to fire skills. I'm gonna go ahead and take it. That does improve our holy fire. Surprisingly, resist fire does not get a boost. actually really weird. But Holy Fire does. Maybe experience over 100 can be used to boost a second character. That's interesting, but it does feel like then your most ideal way to level your other characters is to just play your best character. Which feels a little anti-fun. Unless it's like you get a lot less experience, but it still has some experience, you know? Which could be potential. Yeah, it's like, hey, you get like 10% experience, but you can take that 10%. Put it towards another character. That's not a bad idea, HW. How will I stop real money trade? I'm just gonna ban it. If you get caught real money trading, you get banned. Plain and simple. Is that perfect? No, but you know. Just gotta do what you do and hope it works. Yeah, it's just max level when the bar is empty and not moving at all just feels so bad. So I really want the game to just continue, you know, like continue forward. Is Asmongold gonna produce my game? I know he's got that production company thing, but it's like, I don't know. Some of the people in that Mad Mushroom or whatever it is, I'm like, okay, and some of the people I don't really like. And I'm not sure what the actual, like, care of the people in it and stuff is. You know. Like, I don't trust a lot of the people in there, and I wonder how many of them are just there because they said, yo, you can just get a big payday. Just join this and have your face on it. You know? And then we'll just take 15-20% of games, and then you just, like, play the game for a little bit here and there. So, I don't know. You have said that unique items have to be fought against before being dropped by a mob. That's correct. At super high levels, how will that work? Crazy high mobs have crazy high uniques? Yeah, I mean, essentially there'll be, you know, like, the way you'll know if Endariel... I mean, not exactly, because you won't be able to see all their items, but, like, let's say you're fighting against Endariel, and Endariel pulls out a suicide branch. Now you know that Endariel has Suicide Branch, and when you kill her, you're going to get it. But she's going to have Suicide Branch, so she's going to be able to use Suicide Branch against you. So she'll have that little added strength. Thol Soul. Okay. Runes are still a struggle. Which is tough. Again, this is a hard part. If you cannot get the runes at all. I mean, at this point, getting tier rune for insight would be nice, but we can get tier later. Getting shale for Rhyme would be pretty helpful because that's going to get us resistances, which I definitely would like, you know. If a player finds a mob with a cool item, can they invite friends to come kill the mob? No.
12 months and counting.
Well,
see you back at D2R.
You'll already be in the fight. Rabagast, thank you. So at that point, you're already in the fight. And it's kind of a you need to kill. Now, if you drop out... I mean, currently party play is a little... Oh, I have 3 elds? Perfect. Currently party play is a little bit like TBD with that. So that is a good question. If you are in the middle of a fight with a mob and then you leave said fight and then join the fight again, I mean, the monster will have disappeared though. So if it's a boss monster, it wouldn't have disappeared. If it's a regular monster, it would have disappeared, in which case that item would probably be gone. You definitely can't just invite a friend in the middle of a fight to come fight with you. If you die in a fight, then as well, that monster is going to be gone. So the idea now is purely, if I'm fighting against a boss or against a monster that doesn't despawn, right? Because think about it like Pokemon or something. If I'm fighting, I fight monsters in the wild. I run around and I run into the grass and oh my god, there's Bulbasaur here, right? You get to then fight Bulbasaur, but if you die or whatever, then you lose that encounter. Same thing will probably happen with items there. But the question becomes, what if it's like Andariel? You go and you fight Andariel, and she did spawn with the good item, but then you die, or you leave the fight. Does she still have the good item, or does she re-roll her items every time you fight her? I feel like re-rolling items every time you fight her is maybe the way to go. That way if she rolls just like crazy items that you don't care about, but it's just like too hard, you could also escape and refight her. Amhel Ral. Not quite. I'd love a system where you could activate some corruption mechanic on the boss. So if Andy held Suicide Branch, you activate corruption, it could empower or break that item, which you only see upon death. That'd be interesting. Can't you leave and re-enter the fight until there's a good item there? So there's a few things. Number one, you aren't just always going to see the items. The way that you see an item is a monster uses an item against you. So a monster has 8 weapons and shields, and then you won't see any armor being used. Right? So the belt, the boots, the helmet, the chest, you're not going to see all of that. So the only thing you'll see is when you are fighting her, she'll start to use her weapons and shields against you, and as she is using her weapon and shields against you, you'll start to see what weapons and shields she does have. So if you want to constantly go in, fight a few rounds against her, decide that she doesn't have, you know, what you think you might want, try again, you could, but it'd probably just be more efficient to kill her, honestly. Well, that is Siverb's. What does the Siverb set give? I'm actually curious. Because Siverb's mace is, like, not bad. Let's see. Partial set bonus, 25 fire rate. Oh, it's just absolute garbage. Do players get weapon swap? Yes, you will as well have... Nope, you won't be able to see the jewelry or armor until the monster is dead. So you'll be able to kind of, as you fight through a monster, see, like I said, the armor and shields, whatever is used against, or not armor, the weapons and shields, whatever is used against you. I think players helping rush will be a thing for sure. We'll probably have some sort of penalty, experience penalty against it though, but they can like get you through some areas in some ways. Yeah, the idea is you probably still just want to kill her anyways. I'm farming for a Shale rune, an Io rune. I have a Tier rune technically, but that's not quite enough there. So Shale is really our main desire probably at this point. Another soul. So what, 3 souls is a Shale? So this does give us some opportunity for some pieces. We do have Ort Soul, which means we can make a Lore Helm, which is +1 skills. And right now, having +1 skills for Holy Fire is helpful. Later on, we'd probably want to eventually spec out of it. But it is something. Elds. We have enough Elds, I believe, now, where we can make that. Let's see. A lot of Eth runes. We can just like cube. Just kind of try and cube some things up a little bit here. Make another perfect ruby there. And okay, we're good to go. The skills are pretty basic. We maxed out Holy Fire and we maxed out Resist Fire. Now at this point I can decide, again, if I wish to increase like my Zeal. I'm gonna go ahead and go for Charge now, just to help us move around a little bit. I just have 1 point in Zeal. I'll probably shift and get more to Zeal after this. 2 to fire skills. Sorceress only. Oh, if only it wasn't sorceress only. I mean, we found Hell Plague +2 to fire skills. That was a really nice little temporary boost. Again, not like crazy added damage or anything, but it's nice. Last character had a sweet Paladin circlet, yes. This one, again, we are really just hoping we can get that Shale rune to help us out. But we are still getting levels down here, which is not bad at all, right? We need levels. Charge is nice. So we can charge around a little bit more. Let's bring our mercenary over so he can help out. Remember, you can always teleport your mercenary. Chill! Amtal. We made his move forward without a Rhyme Shield, honestly. Level 42, we're getting to that point. We are getting to that point. Unfortunately. Yes. Do I think Diablo 2 or 4 has more replayability? I think Diablo 2 does. But, you know, I'm someone who absolutely loves D2 and probably one of the... I'm not the person with the most hours in the game in the world. I'm sure there's some dude who's been playing it even more than I have. But I'm up there. Yep. It's definitely at the point where, hey, we may just move forward and try and find that Shale rune a little bit later on. Now, we can still zoom through here pretty quick, which is nice. And again, there is still experience to be gained. which is nice. But have I ever had a Diablo 2 dream? Dude, I dream about Diablo 2 like once every week or something. Though I have been dreaming about Llama RPG a lot as well. A lot of ideas for the game come to me in dreams. Like the Llama trading card game. The entire game came to me in a dream. I woke up and I just was like, I need a pen and paper right now. And I just wrote out the entirety of what the Llama TCG is. So, yeah, Charmo.
Warren fears Llama RPG games.
Dreams,
Next time
yeah.
he goes from being ahead of schedule to months behind.
Months behind. MF. Jeez. So at this point, it's probably time to start
Thanks for the
cubing.
Whirlwind Barb playthrough.
Thank you, Zach. And this is why we saved our chipped gems. If you look at the right side of our stash, we have chipped gems available. Now for some of you, you're gonna say, why? That doesn't make any sense. But it will all make sense soon enough. So let's take a look at the runes that we have. We have soul, 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 am, eld. We can make one of the tier runes that we need. So this right here is another soul, and then we have 4 souls, and again, Raltier Tau soul, Ort soul. Oh man, it's actually tough. ML Ith tier soul. There's a lot of items that have soul runes that I do kind of want to use. So Raltier Tau soul, we do want to keep insight potential for our mercenary later on. That's just really good damage. Oh man. Maybe we just make a spirit temporarily and just really lean into the plus skills. I think we should do that. Ith tier soul. So we have that as potential as well. And am tier, and then just a couple spare ams for now. Yep. So let's just, we're gonna move forward now. And we're gonna look for a Paladin shield base. We're also going to look for a white bill or a 4 open socket exceptional pole arm for our mercenary.
Chat, don't tell Llama he has more souls in his stash. It's more fun when he doesn't know that.
I have more souls? I mean, at this point, I need to use 3 souls, so I need 6 souls. I know, right, Shiny? So let's see what kind of weapon bases we can find. Just farm Hell Countess. Hell Countess is a much harder farm. Our Holy Fire will not work really there at all, and it's just going to be a lot harder. Do I have full build guides? I do. This is a guided playthrough, which you can just follow along and play along with me. But exclamation mark guides will take you to all sorts of build guides where I list all the different items you'll want to like have along the way. I have leveling guides for each character. So those give you a decent idea. But like I say, these guided playthroughs, I have a lot of these. And you can look up on my YouTube, Let's Play, you know, whatever character. And they will take you, oh, it's level 3, oops, to, you know, through the entire game. So yeah, lots of items that we would love to find now. Shale Rune, Io Rune. Any Paladin shield at this point will get 4 open sockets if we socket quest it. So we can make the spirit there. So that'd be really nice. Set amulet. Oh, Cathans. Hoping for Angelics. That would have been amazing when we transition over. Just find Angelic Ring and we'd be good to go, baby. What level do I respect to fanaticism? So I'm gonna probably continue with Holy Fire through to Act.
Hey Llama, I have multiple
3.
computers. Is there a good way to move single-player characters onto different computers?
Yeah, you just take the save file and then the D2S file from the saved games, and then you just copy it over to the new folder. Rip Mercenary. So if you would like down here, you can always go and get this waypoint. It is a great place to farm, especially because she's bad against fire damage. So we should have a lot of damage output that we can put onto her. So this is definitely not a bad waypoint to pick up whatsoever. Looks like it's a roundabout. So yeah, Nightmare and Dariel, Nightmare and Mephisto are really nice farms.
The order welcomes you.
Not bad. Ready to min damage, half raise duration, 5% bonus attack rating, but not really enough going for it there. It's okay, Sam. Max damage and ED on the same jewel is actually not quite as good. Just due to some issues with how it works. It doesn't always work together. Okay, so we'll continue to level 3. We can also look, if we want, at doing a player's 3 Indariel. Again, fire damage hits really hard against Indariel. She has minus 50 fire resist in every difficulty. So fire is very strong for that kill. More vitality. And we have our charge now, so at this point our skills are pretty much open to what we want to do. I can put a point to fanaticism. I mean, it doesn't really matter where my points go because I guess salvation actually. I forgot salvation is actually another 10% damage. My bad. I forgot that that was a thing. So yes, there is even more damage to be had in the way of salvation for this character. So we can keep boosting the damage up. It's not quite as good, but it also does, like I said, give us salvation. So in a pinch, you can always pop your salvation and just have really nice resistances. See what we have over here. Why is riding the same boss in D2 better than D4? One, you don't have to do weird objectives like collect all of this, you know, these boxes and bring them here, pull the lever while monsters are attacking you, and then all of that. So I think that improves it. 2, the itemization's a lot more fun. 3, I think the combat is more fun in D2 personally. I think it's just like a more enjoyable experience. We'll go players 3 here. And there's better like monster types. It's not just like diving in, CCing everything blowing up, and then a bunch of on-death effects killing you or something, you know. So, to me, but really the item loot hunt I think is the most important piece of all of that. So we are players 3. It's going to be a little bit tougher here. But we can kind of fight these guys one at a time. Utilize the wall right there. Alright, we'll get a blades in eventually. And let's fight Endariel. Again, this is players 3, and we can crush through her pretty fast. See what she drops. Good stuff. Rip. Nothing good right there, unfortunately. But we can head to the east. Give yourselves a clap. Here is also where you can find all sorts of goodies for yourself and for your mercenary. Highly recommended. And I'm going to clean out my stash a tiny bit. I can't actually remember if this would be where we found that, and if it would be 4 open socket or 3 open socket. So I'm not going to chance it. Probably 3 open socket. But this is one of my favorite places to go shopping. Elzix. We just dive in here and come back out. And we can just find really nice boots, really nice gloves, really nice belts. Over and over and over, all sorts of good stuff. Get a nice magic find on things if we want. Man, my attack rating is so poor. I think Resurrected is actually gorgeous, and the more I've played it, the more I've really grown to appreciate it. I still think LOD has amazing visuals. Now, it doesn't show quite as well over here because there's not anti-aliasing and stuff. So it doesn't look quite as good when you just use the like toggle here. But what looks so great about old LOD that doesn't even fully get captured exactly in D2R is the colors. I feel like the contrast, the various colors that you come across are truly amazing. So yeah, you can shop here, and you can shop for some like 37 fire res boots that also have a bunch of magic find on them. You can shop all sorts of things. My boots are actually nice enough because they do have the chance for Frost Nova. So I'll go ahead and hold on to those. You can get up to 40 of a resistance. Now, again, if you would like, you can totally do farming at this point, especially if you've got some magic find. I've got my gold wrap, but I could have even more magic find in other areas. And this is another great place, just like we farmed the Countess. This is another great place where you can go in and get a little bit of farming done. We actually have a decent map for it as well. Let's jump across. Fire enchanted, aura enchanted. Let's clear that out. Poor mercenary. And just so many items that really can drop here that can be super helpful for this character. None for us this time. But you can rinse and repeat that. And honestly, if you do that a few times, I mean, that was not that long. If you do that a few times in Nightmare, you are pretty bound to find something nice. You'll find those blood fists. You might find, oh, like a Viper Magi. You might find, who knows, right? There are a lot of items that she can drop for you. So definitely a recommended farm spot. Nightmare and Dario right there. But we've been in Act 1 long enough. We're going to move on to Act 2 and continue farming away. We're down to players 1 again for now. Let our pulse do some work. And again, we have our list of the stuff that we are looking for. Are we going to set off fireworks tonight? Nah, we got a dog and stuff. Probably just going to spend the whole night holding her while she cries because all the fireworks are scaring her. Sadly. People were setting fireworks off like last night, the night before. Like really close to the houses. It's like, huh. Oops. Ouch, Kev. Talrune, Ethrune. And we are level 43, and we're just going to keep pumping these levels, man. I mean, again, this is just the beauty of Holy Fire being able to really help carry a lot of this. Ouch. Is it can help keep us up in levels where we need to be. Darcy does not enjoy the fireworks. She is not a fireworks dog.
I can't carry anymore.
Good day. I am in the US. I'm in Texas. Oops. No world. Yep. Feliz 4 de Julio. Alright, we'll continue with Salvation. Just keep pumping that damage. More Vitality. A little Cold Enchant on Mr. Beetle Burst. I lived in Tulsa before, yes. Many... like 4 years ago? I moved back down to Dallas. Do my fingers ever get sore from clicking? No, Not really. Sometimes my wrist will hurt a little bit if it's not been in a great position. Just got to make sure I keep my wrist in a good spot. You just moved from Tulsa to Dallas? Well, there you go.
Just kidding, man. Happy 4th of July when it comes. I am Scottish and wish we would throw tea into the sea and peace out. Chooses.
I mean, y'all, Brexit happened and it's been a whole thing, huh? Almost overwrote that. Nope. Can't remove runes without destroying them. I know. The problem is all my family's in Texas and stuff. And I mean, we don't need to get too political. I am not a huge Abbott fan for sure. There's plenty of issues with Texas, but it's got some stuff that, you know, goes for it. It's got some rough stuff too. It's right in the middle of the country, which is fantastic. Joey Chestnut only ate 62 hot dogs? Man, he's getting old. Slowing down, isn't he? Tough delirium. So like, yeah, like I enjoy Dallas and, you know, many pieces, but there are issues for sure. But all of our families here, you know, that's such a big piece, right? Especially with a newborn baby. Being able to have family nearby is super nice. I mean, the thing is, from the beginning of when they announced how items were in Diablo 4, I was like, oh, this is going to be problematic. And I gave them a lot of feedback on my thoughts of how they could change and improve the itemization and what pieces would be still frustrating of it. And I'm not saying, oh, they should have listened to me, I knew it perfect or anything like that, but I will definitely say, watching them run into a lot of people go, man, these items have a lot of issues like this. And I'm not the only person. A lot of people gave feedback and were like, yeah, these items are... The way itemization works is not super fun right now.
Speaking of getting old and slowing down, what run you do want to get a WR on next, Llama? You don't really seem to have anything higher than 3rd place these days.
I just haven't submit all of my things. That's all. I have a 2nd place druid time. I never submit it. Yeah, I think now people are starting to come to that same conclusion, especially that they've played through it, right? It's like, not everybody saw it initially at the start, but many still did. But yeah, there was a lot of feedback from a lot of people that like items weren't gonna be fantastic in their current state. But they didn't really get changed from that, and it's showing now again. I mean, there's... You know. Yo! Scraptastrophe with the elite biddies. Thank you so much, Scrap.
Happy 4th and Diaper Fund.
Happy 4th to you. Oh my god. I don't even know how she does it. We were talking. We went to a little like mommy gathering. We were talking with other mommies and daddies. And they were talking about like, oh yeah, you know, whatever. Changing diapers, baby poops this much. I was like, does anybody else's baby poop 12 times a day? They were like, that seems a little excessive. Doctor was like, oh, that's fine. So much poop. I don't know how she does it. Her systems are working, man. I'll tell you what. It's insane. They were like, one baby didn't poop for 21 days. They went to the doctor. The doctor was like, yeah, her body, that's totally fine. Her body's just using everything that the breast milk has. No worries. I was like, one time in 27 days? My baby doesn't make it 27 minutes. More salvation, more vitality. Craziness. Oh yeah, we've encountered it all, Sam. That'd be nice, Denali. I'm waiting for the taper down at this point. It is half human, half llama. That is a true point.
Llama, just to check your math there. If baby Lilith doesn't make it 27 minutes,
yeah,
that's 50 plus poops a day.
I'm not saying every 27 minutes. I'm just saying I can count on all of my hands, fingers, and all of my toes and beyond the number of times that she's pooped, I'm changing her diaper, and mid-change, we get another one. I feel like that happens once a week. Sorry, we can stop talking about it. My whole life is just cleaning up poop now. Between her and the dog. Poop and vomit. So.
The light can.
Yeah, we got baby. 48 to mana. It's okay. Still more fun than D4 though? No comment.
Hello.
Parents just use a garden hose on you? Honestly, not a bad idea. I might just get the garden hose out. A bidet for the baby. Aww. Well, hopefully in a year from now we just have another baby. So then we can just always be never missing the newborn phase. Maybe have 2 more. Do the whole twins thing. I would love twins, man. get rid of that cycle a little bit. You know, don't have to have 5 different pregnancies. You can just have a couple, and then boom, you knock them all out or whatever.
Twisted mind.
Dang, Denali. Alright, Arcane Sanctuary time. Christmas gets a little spendy. Santa made some bad investments and doesn't have any money. Sorry. He got caught exploiting child slave labor. Okay, see what we get from those. Nothing there. Santa bought a lot of NFTs and they just did not pay out. Poor Santa. His elves warned him, but he told his elves, "You just don't know." You just don't understand the technology, elves.
Rest in peace, tortured soul.
Half restoration does not stack, sadly. I always thought it should stack, you know? Alright, circle gets the square. So remember, it's circle far left, then moon, then square, then sun, then double down arrow, triangle, and circle over moon. From left to right, that is your combinations of it all. Nope, it doesn't give any boost. Like I said, I always thought it should. I feel like you should be able to stack your percentages of that.
So Llama, just to clarify,
Yeah.
the instructions on this guided playthrough are do what I say, not what I do. Pick the correct path in Arcane the first time.
Right.
Did you just first way Arcane? 'Cause I just did lol.
I second weighted actually, which isn't too bad. For me, that's not too bad at all. Alright, it is time for Mr. Duriel, which brings us up to one idea piece thing to discuss. Ooh, 30 faster run walk boots. It's nice if we wanted to get some faster run walks. I'm actually okay with my boots. And yes, you know what it is. It is buy yourself thawing potions. Again, for yourself and your mercenary. You will both now get that maxed out resistance, or 50 additional cold res, which will max him out at least. And for us, doesn't max us, it actually, we're still pretty low on it, but that's okay. Now, additionally, I can also make some crushing blow gloves if I would like. I should probably just go in and fight him, but we'll go ahead and buy some gloves. And do a quick little crafting, get a Nephrune, get a Jewel. And 9% chance crushing blow, 17 to life. Required level 46, which is one more level than we have, so those will just be for later, I guess. We should still have enough damage from our holy fire here that we should be okay. However, not having good cold res is going to hurt a little bit. Jalen, no. We definitely could use a little more cold res, which, A, we don't have our rhyme shield, so that is something. But we can also look around and see if there's anything that does have a little more. It doesn't look like it. All right, we'll just get Jalen back and go a couple more times. Not a huge deal. And getting 9% chance crushing blow is actually really nice on those gloves, so. Yeah, we use the thawing potions. We just have bad cold res, that's all. Sometimes you have like a ring or amulet that's got like 30 cold res that you can just use for a bit. See if we can stand in the way. They won't prevent freeze, but they just stack in adding their resistances for cold res. Plus, Holy Freeze is always just going to be Holy Freeze anyway, so. Yeah, Holy Freeze is rough. But it does give us the ability here, if we want, again, to go get a Holy Freeze Mercenary and use it for ourselves. So we can slow everything down. Which after Duriel, I think we will go try it out. Blessed Aim is still really nice, but and there you go. Simple as that. Congratulations. You are the new owner of an Act 2 Nightmare Finisher Paladin. Good job, you guys. Ooh, check those puppies out. 20 faster run walk with 35 light res? Yes, please. I do love the holy or the chance for freeze that we have here, but that's pretty good. 35 light res is really big. We can also swap this out for our mercenary, get him a little bit more resistance right there. Sell that, sell that. 70 strength is expensive. We're already at 64. What's up, Brad? How you doing? Good to see you. That's one of the beauties of it. We already have pretty good strength, which is why I like to go up to around that 60 strength spot. Underrated builds that do very well, even though they're underrated or off meta. I thought Venge Paladin was actually really nice. It was a really fun experience to play through. I guess we could have done Hisaris Belt for the cold res, but then I would have lost the magic find, so. There's actually a lot of builds, though, that are like a little off meta that are still really nice. I mean, this one's kind of off meta, and it's been plenty fine, and we've had a good time, so. So still aiming for that level up there, get the crushing blow, which again, we're not really going to use immediately, but will be helpful later for whenever we're fighting bosses. Always nice to put that on. Great for like ancients and stuff. Okay, we got some spooters in here. Try not to die. Oh yeah, we wanted to get a Holy Freeze Merc potentially. I mean, it's not bad. I actually have really bad attack rating, so I don't hate the idea of keeping what we have right now with Blessed Aim, just so we do have some chance to hit. Perfect. Love Defiance. The problem is when you're running, your defense is 0, which kind of sucks. D-Tech, thank you. But, I mean, you can definitely, if you slow play the game, really get some high defense stuff and, like, walk around a lot, you can definitely make it work. Where, like, getting Defiance and high defense can be kind of fun. I feel like some of those large monsters are already pretty hard, honestly. Where are my Paladin shields? Maybe in Lower Kuras we'll find a rack with the nice one. Because we're also going to want to look for a... I guess I only have one socket quest, so I got to make a decision. It's a tough one. We also are going to want to look for... whatchamacallit? A bill for the insight and the Pally shield, so it's a tough choice. Multiple potential things. At this point though, getting the plus skills won't be nearly as good since we'll be shifting into fanaticism soon, so unless we shift it into like Holy Shock. We could run King's... What is the name of that? Not King Slayer, the one that gives +3 to Holy Shock. King something. What happened, D4? We got level 100. We did it. We did the game. Obviously, I would go ham on a Grief, but... Ooh, nice. We got a Flare Jungle skip here. Or a Great Marsh skip. Gorgeous. Probably just the waypoint over here. Oh, wow, it is the dungeon. Nice. Why a bill specifically? A bill can get 4 open sockets maximum, so we could take it and socket quest it. Holy thunder, thank you. More salvation, and we'll go strength, because again, we are looking to get to 70 strength now. No, mercenary.
This blade shall pierce the heart of evil.
That's a great one. Nice. Really nice pulsing out here in this jungle. Oops. Bill! Alright. So we can take the bill. Good call, SB. We can take the bill and we can use that. For an insight later on. Let's get rid of some things here. Gem, gem, gem. Gem. Perfect. And get rid of all that. Oh yeah, we can also use those gloves now if we want, but again, crushing blow at this point doesn't really do a lot. I actually kind of prefer having the 33 attack rating right there for now. Okay, I'll go ahead and toss the steel, and we'll go like that. Alright, let's go. Crushing Blow is percentage of life. So it's really useful on mobs that have tons and tons of life, aka bosses. Like Mephisto, it'll be great. Yeah, I think there's some potential for sure for PoE 2. If I didn't have a newborn, I probably would have gone to ExileCon, honestly. Shock Zeal confirmed. I don't know. Nothing confirmed yet. Hey Orby, good to see you. The Insight's biggest thing is I don't actually need mana a ton. My main reason for wanting the Insight there is damage. Insight has huge damage. It has really nice attack rating percent on it as well. It's got chance for crit strike. It just is a massive damage boost. And getting damage on your Act 2 Mercenary is huge. Really helps him out a lot. Pizzaroni, thank you.
Perhaps I could trade this for something more
So,
valuable.
that's the main purpose. Otherwise, Meditation Aura is like, yeah, it's fine, you know, but we're not really using a lot of mana now. Wow! Let's go! 118 attack rating. Huge. Needed that for sure. Also 6% cold res. We will keep. Get rid of the poison. Absolutely massive. So we'll go ahead and put that over that guy. Big attack rating boost for us. That's what we've been looking for. Pieces like that. Love it. Plus 8 light and 8 fire res, which is nice. Just a little bit of extra resistance to help out. Okay. So we've done that. We'll continue out here. Once we get to a spot that's a little bit nicer, we will use that spot for going back to normal. But I didn't want to reset my map yet, especially because I have a decent flare jungle. We can still get all the experience out of this flare jungle. And then we can get like the lower Karas or something, and then we can reset. Make the Insight be happy. Are you done with D4? For now. I mean, when Season 1 comes around, we'll probably check it out some more. See what the season looks like. If it's a lot of fun that got added in or whatnot. But, you know, at this point, everything is just waiting for Llama RPG, you know? High hopes for Season 1? Not really, because things like resistances are still broken and stuff, so that to me is still disappointing that there's going to be a lot of very like basic core components of the game that just aren't working. I think I really wish they would have that fixed up for it. Yeah, they said that won't be fixed until maybe Season 2. So just gonna pulse him down a little bit. I mean, I think a tough thing is they have a lot of moving parts, which is not actually helping in the long run for it all. And by that I mean they have a team working on Season 1. They have a team working on Season 2. They've already said they have 2 expansions that they've got teams working on. So they're like trying to do so much with all of these pieces without the core really quite set yet. And so it's like, okay, well, if we try and adjust resistances now, well, the team for Season 1 already balanced this piece around the broken res, and this expansion team already did this, you know. So I think there's a little too much forward focus. And they need to kind of settle it in a little bit and get like the base set up a little bit more before they really get all that, like everything next steps. They don't have to pause development for half a year, but okay, so we can now go to Player 7 as well out here. What does the idea of Player 7 do? Well, it allows you to get things like this, which are Super Chest, which can give you all sorts of big goodies. Runes, gems, jewels, item bases from these things, charms, you name it. It exists here and it can be gotten very nicely. So lots of stuff to get, and if you are looking for that bill, this can also be a great place to find a bill or another 4-open socket pole arm, right? So just running around, clicking all of these things right here, right? I mean, there you go. We've already seen a jewel, a rune, plenty of bases, gems. Lot of stuff. Clicking all of these. You have racks as well. And there are the fires, which I talked about before, but I can show once again. We'll do this really fast and get it identified. 34 mana, 2 to cold skills. Wow, 12 all res, 50 poison damage. I'm gonna go with 12 all res for sure. And the 50 poison damage is not nothing. Happily use that. We'll do this for now. So, what is... Oh, let me get my boots. What is the Player 7 run around again on the lower crust? Again, you come to here, you go around. There are corpses, there are chests, there are baskets, there are weapon racks, there are armor racks, everything. And all of these have good chances of just dropping stuff that you need. Again, bases and runes and all of that. But your super chest, and when you generally want to have keys, will be wherever there is a fire pit. You can have 1 to 2 fire pits per map. If you only have one and you want a second one, then you can get a second one by just resetting your map. Here's your fire pit, and there are 3 chests. This one, again, having keys is helpful. This one, and this one. Looks like 2 of those 3 are locked, so we would need to go get a key. So buying keys can be great for that, but you can also honestly just find keys by running around out here. Just from clicking on all these skeletons and chests and everything, a lot of times you'll be able to find some keys. We'll see if we can get any. Either way, really nice place to find all those different pieces. And I mean, you know, you can find Lemrune here. You can find lots of things. So if you run around here for 10, 15 minutes, 20, 30 minutes, you can get a lot of good things. Now, we're going to go ahead, since we did get our bill already, we'll go ahead and go back to normal. Go to Act 5. take out Mr. Bill, and socket Mr. Bill. If you are uncertain about how many sockets an item can get, just look up sockets D2R. You can come right here, and this will give you the item, what the eye level of the item is, which basically everything in Nightmare, once you get past Act 1 especially, is going to be eye level 41 plus. Okay. And then you can just scroll down, or you can just type it in. Bill. A bill you can see at eye level 26 plus is going to be 4 open sockets. So I know, hey, if I just look for a bill, I am good to go. Same with the Akarantarge, the Rondish, all these like Kuras shield, the Paladin shields are all really 4 open sockets there as well. So again, everything pretty much there is going to get you what you need to know. But for instance, if I find like, or let's say a Cryptic Axe, you can see it'll get 5 open sockets at 41 plus, but 4 open sockets at between level 26 and 40. Now again, this depends on the monster's level that drops it, and you're not finding a Cryptic Axe really in this level range. So pretty much when you start finding Cryptic Axes, they're all going to be getting 5 open sockets. Partisans are 5 open sockets at 41 plus as well. 4 open sockets below it. So again, if you could get a partisan below it there, then you could get the 4 open sockets. But yeah, this is where you can really come along and find all that. So if you can figure out what level the monster was when you killed it, that will give you what you need to know. Or you can just go with the safe route, get something like a bill. A bill is just always going to have this Ral, Tier, Tal, Soul. We have, oh man, that's a terrible roll. It is 258 ED, but it's only 1 to critical strike. So that kind of sucks. Nice bonus AR as well, actually. That plus 2 critical strike is actually a lot of damage. So I wish that we had better damage on it. But regardless, you can see his damage goes from 126 to 315 to 270 to 611. He's now going to be crushing it. Plus he has that crit strike chance, which is a little low, but still nice. No, you won't drop a 3 or 4 open socket Cryptic X. So, nice little damage boost for him. If we can start looking to get him some lifesteal as well, that would be really helpful. We can always bloodcraft a helm for him. So again, we just look up Blood Helm, D2R. This is where Bulwark would actually be a really godly helmet for him. But this can get him up to 3% life stolen per hit. Ral Rune, Perfect Ruby, any jewel, and a magic helm cast Armit. So we can go here. We can just shop for it. There we go. So we just need a magic one. All right, that's a full helm. Oops. There's a helm. There's a perfect ruby. There's a Ral Rune. And there's any jewel. And ta-da! We made ourselves a nice helm. Unfortunately, it only rolled 1% lifesteal and 6% deadly strike there. But 19 life, 9 fire res. You know, it's okay. It's okay. Bad lifesteal roll. I was hoping to roll that 3%. And this is definitely something I wish that they would improve in the game, is increasing the percentage on that from 1 to 3 to like 4 to 6 like they did for Bulwark. So it's just a better helm overall. Way easier to gamble circlets for lifesteal helm. Know how expensive it is to gamble a circlet? $50,000 gold? I ain't that rich. Do it. Now, we did not actually do the imbue quest. Okay. So let's go really fast to the barracks. Let's go get the imbue, because we have a circlet we can imbue. So we can enjoy that. Let's see where this will take us. Mm-hmm. Okay.
This will help the sisters turn the tide against evil.
I do have a lot of strength coming from Naja's circlet, which is going to help us get those boots worn, but I think it's still worth trying, seeing what we can roll on it. Ew! Let's go, baby! 2 to combat skills, 10 fast run walk, 102 attack rating, 6% life steal, and replenish life 5. I mean, that's not too bad. I almost want to give it to Chalem just so he gets all of that lifesteal, honestly. Obviously for myself, though, the combat skills is, you know, a little bit of Zeal, charge. It doesn't really help nearly as much here. It would be, like, better later. 102 attack rate, 10 faster. I'm going to give it to him for now. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to give that to him. I'll probably use it later, but we'll let him handle that. That's super nice. My goodness. That was an imbue. Yeah, sometimes the imbues hit. Sometimes the imbues hit, man. So, like I said, that's just fantastic, man. Okay, let's go back to Act 3. And again, we can continue to farm out here if so desired. Look for that, you know, Paladin shield. If we could find a 4 open socket or a 2 open socket one. See if there's an armor rack we can really look at for it. That's nice lifesteal though for Chalen. Alright, where is our... There we go, it's actually right above us. Ooh, a circlet and a tier rune, nice. That's helpful, we can make a strength now as well. Weapon rack and our armor rack, bone shield. So, I feel pretty good to just move forward here. We'll go down to players 1. Wow!
Yo Llama in Act 3 on Smiter. I have a 10 all res 3 socket Rondake or my spiked shield. What should I do?
Use the Rondake. 1 druid skills, 20 FCR, 18 life, but 99 attack rating as well. That's nice. Level 27 required. Fantastic helm for playthrough of the druid, man. Fantastic. So out here in the Crest Bazaar, I like the waypoint, but I'm really looking right here for the temple that faces to the bottom left. So That is where Serena is. That is where Experience is. And of course, Lamb Essence Tome is also over there. Ain't that a pretty pog low-level dual helm? Yeah, it's great, man. That'd be great for low-level dueling. It's not like godly, but it's good. Definitely usable. So if you need to get some more experience and feel a little under-leveled, this is another great place to level up. Doing Serena, just like in normal, you can also do it in Nightmare. Get some more EXP right here. And additionally, we'll add in the strength there, and we'll continue with Salvation. Yeah, man, if I was a hammered in, oh, that other helmet. Insane. I would have called this a Holy Fire Paladin. What makes it a Zealot? Well, I'm running the Zeal skill. It's just Holy Fire is the best aura to use with Zeal, especially early on. We will be switching over to Fanaticism very shortly, though. I'll actually change their... We could either change to Holy Shock for the rest of Nightmare and then switch, or we could change to Fanaticism. Little Fuchina. It's fun. Yeah, those birds hurt, man. These chests down here can also have some nice things. You can pop them on player 7 if you really want. Some super chests right there. Yeah, Kelpie Snare is hilarious for sure against bosses. Slow them down to nothing. Is D2R harder than LOD? In some ways, yes. In other ways, it's easier. But things like Inferno damage from mobs is like harder and more increase. But then they did things like fixed bugged snakes in Nilithak's Temple, the clouds and stuff. So a little bit of A, a little bit of B. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, once we shift over to Fanaticism, this run will definitely slow down some. It's just a natural way of it. Plus, we currently don't have a like a weapon yet, or our Rhyme Shield. So there's definitely a little bit of stuff that we still need to do for this character before we can really make that shift over. For Travancore, I definitely recommend players 1. Your mercenary is still probably going to die. Do I ever just boot up LOD? Not too often, really. See if we can save him. Oh, goodbye, nice helm. Probably? Oh, that's so sad to get rid of. can also shift on our new booties, which are really nice, and we can go ahead and get experience up here. Where's treadmill? It's right next to us. We could maybe pull it out. I'm gonna put a little more strength just so I can eventually free myself of Naj's circlet. Yeah, it is nice. I need to get a pair of joggers and just leave them upstairs. I think that'll really help because I can't walk on it in just socks or just barefoot. Now, again, just like before, Andariel, Mephisto are your GG farming spots. So, something that can be very nice, very helpful is getting this waypoint out here, right? Find your waypoint and enjoy. These maps can be very long though, so again, you can also make sure that you, if you get such a terrible map, that it wouldn't never be anything that you want to run again. It's a bluebill. You can always reset it over and over again until you get a map that you do really like. And let's see if we can find where this waypoint is. Just depends how much you want to run Mephisto. That's really the main piece. Wow, that's not the waypoint? I would have sworn that was going to be the waypoint. What is this map? It's so big. There it is. So, for instance, this map, it's like really far away. So if I wanted to run Mephisto a few times, I would come here, go back to normal, go back to nightmare, go back to normal, go back to nightmare, keep checking until I find a map that's actually decent there.
Not here.
We will just continue on players 1 for this piece, and we're just gonna bounce through and go fight Mephisto straight up. Now you can see Mephisto is pretty tanky. Well, what's something we can do to help this? We can put on our crushing blow gloves. And here you'll be able to see big chunks come out of Mephisto when we get those hits. There you go, there's one. So it's not all the time. We could also, of course, put on a strength or a black to help it even more. We have another am tier, so we just need to go get a 2-open socket for that. And that'd be another great way to really chunk them down super fast. As it traps in, get your plus skills. Also, some IAS is really helpful. So, a few nice chunks right there. But Nightmare Mephisto can drop all sorts of goodies for you. One of my favorite, if not my favorite farm spot in the game, because this is where I've come the most times when I have a character that's just needing a little bit of help. They can't quite do the Ancients, they're just struggling a little bit. You just bring it back here. Demonite Sash there. And that's it, man. Act 3 is done. Give yourselves the clap, everybody. He cannot drop Shaco. He's not dropping the end game pieces, but he is dropping things like Titans. He is dropping things like, you know, those kind of middle ones, right? Jalal's helm, all of that. You're getting some decent rings and amulets and things. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of items that he will drop for you overall. Ariots, yeah. So, we are in Act Numero Quattro. We're going to go ahead and just like try it out and see how Holy Fire feels out here. Because honestly, if we can get Holy Fire through... Ooh, we do need Fire Resist. If we can get Holy Fire through Act 4, then Act 5 we could definitely farm up with Holy Fire for sure and get a few more levels. And then you could even take it a little bit further if you wanted, but we'd probably be shifting for sure with Hell. But we will just see how it feels. Cold Enchanted. I mean, it's still kind of silly that we're running around without a Rhyme Shield whatsoever. I may still go back to the tower and just try and get that Shell Rune because unfortunately we haven't dropped it. We're going to have to look and see what our Nightmare Forge drops. We already discussed all the different rune words, right? That we'd really be aiming for, looking for, that would give us some boost. So... you know, at this point, it is, they just, like, don't even care about me whatsoever. They're just focused on my mercenary. But Up-Rune gives us Crescent Moon potential or Duress. Co-Rune gives us... oh, man. Sure. Not obedience. Well, yeah, obedience or hustle potential, which could be really nice. Lemrune gives us treachery. Polrune gives us wisdom. Lots of options here. Lumrune gives us smoke, though I'd prefer not getting a Lum. That's a pretty weak rune to drop from it. Two more skills, two more salvation. Again, just trying to boost this up as much as we can right here. And let's see what we can get at the forge. Now, one thing you will note when I run around is that I'm not always killing every monster in the game. This is kind of a personal preference. If you want to sit down, fight every single monster, go through all of that, you totally can. You will level up even better than I'm leveling up. You'll be way, like I say, even more over leveled. And it can be a valid strategy. But it can take a little longer. Some monsters just aren't worth the time, in my opinion. Just kind of better off killing, you know, some stuff. Over leveled is just you are a higher level than necessary for the area. But for a melee character or a physical damage character as such, that can be a big win for you. Fastest new class to level? Nah, I mean Sorceress is still your fastest leveling class. Yeah, Fire Enchanted. Nothing up that way. Go get a little bit more. Hustle and Ethereal Elite Polearm is great on Mercenary. Oh yeah, I mean I'm sure it's pretty solid on the Mercenary, but I kind of want to use Hustle for myself, to be honest. Either make a weapon with it and enjoy a little Fanata burst of speed on top of, you know, whatever else I'm running there, or put it in an armor and just enjoy crazy attack speed, fast run walk. Well, we're still a zealot, it's just a fire zealot, which again is your best aura for Zeal early on there. Wait a second. What? Oh, it's right there. It's at the end. Ow. My man is a tank. That fanaticism aura is so gross. It's only Nightmare Forge, so Umrune is the highest drop that we can see here. Oh my god, the Fire Enchant explosion.
I am overburdened.
That's annoying. Okay. Move, please. Let's see it! Lemrune! Treachery it is! Now, if you are curious, you're like, alright, I found a Lemrune. What do I make with a Lemrune, right? You can always click here, you just type in Lemrune Diablo 2, Korun Diablo 2, whatever it is. You can go down and you can just look at the variety of rune words that exist. Now this may not have Hustle, Wisdom, these new ones, so you may have to double check on some of those. But you can look and say, okay, Lem-ist, that's too high for me. Om-ja, no. Lawbringer, okay, that would be actually really nice, but it does need a Korun as well. I don't have that. If I had a Korun, that's something we could look at. Obsession, Zod, no. Passion, Dol Ort Eld Lem. That's actually not a bad one. We can take a look. Treachery, Shale Thol Lem, of course. Voice of Reason, Lem Ko El Eld. Again, we need a Ko rune right here, but we can look at it. And Wealth, Lem Ko Tier, we can look at it. Again, need a Ko rune. They love mixing the Lem and Ko. So Passion is actually pretty nice because the top three right here. 25 IAS, 160 to 210 ED, and 50 to 80% bonus attack rating. It's not godlike, where it's giving you crazy things, 40 IS, 300 ED, anything like that. But it is decent, right? And you do get this nice AR bonus, which is helpful. Hit causes monster to flee is a little bit annoying. Obviously, it gives 1 to Zeal, 1 to Berserk. This is the idea that you can make Zeal on another character. So, you know, it's an okay rune word whatsoever. This would be one you could definitely look at if desired and you had a good base for it. Treachery, 5% chance to cast level 15 Fade, and 25% chance to cast level 15 Venom. So you can take a look at Venom and Fade, and we can see right here, level 15 Venom is 305 to 325 poison damage, which is super nice. So just a little quick boost on that. And then Fade is godlike because at level 15, curse duration reduction 80%, which is huge. We hate being cursed. Resist all 60%, a nice duration, and 15% physical damage reduction as well. Fade is just so godly. So really good. On top of the idea that Treachery also comes with 45 IS, 20 hit recovery, and 30 cold res. The assassin skills, yeah, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But some nice IS is helpful for us. Voice of Reason, Lemcoel Eld. This is actually kind of fun because you do get the Frozen Orb and Ice Blast on striking. But if we take a look at the other pieces, there's not really a lot. It's got like really good damage to demons and undead. So hey, taking this through like Chaos Sanctuary and stuff is decent. But when you're going through Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, there's a lot of places this just doesn't help. It does have Cannot Be Frozen, which is nice, and some added cold damage, a little bit of minus enemy cold res. So the idea is really that you're just kind of like hopefully hitting a lot, blasting out a lot of like Frozen Orbs and Ice Blast, and then with the minus enemy cold res and the Cannot Be Frozen, you know, it's like a nice little thing. It's kind of like Rift, right? Similar idea. But overall, again, need a co-rune and not quite enough, not enough damage and things for other. Could be a good weapon for a Holy Freeze Zealot. That is true. If we did that, we could potentially make a little Holy Freeze Zealot, get the minus enemy cold res, get the Cannot Be Frozen there. You run, you know, Spirit on your shield, whatever pieces, and that could be an idea. And then Wealth is purely just like for magic finding and gold finding. So nothing really from Wealth, which means Treachery and Passion are really the two that we'd look at. I like Treachery a little bit more. Shale Thol Lem, which of course means we do need to go and get ourselves a Shale. Lawbringer as well, but we'd need a co-rune again, right? So similar piece right there of needing that co-rune. So we can go back and we can put some of these things away. And where's our Thol rune? There's our Thol. So again, these shales are killing us, unfortunately. But we are at the point where we're at the River of Flame, so we can now look if we would like to try and go find some more shales from doing some tower running. And at this point, we're really just going to try and run fast and get ourselves to tower ASAP. We can even reset the map if this really ends up being too far away. It's not great. With teleport, it's not horrible, but it's not great. We'll see what the maps are. We also, of course, if we find more souls, want to use those, we can use those. Wait, why am I going this way? Oh, because we have to. And start cubing stuff up, right? So, souls, AMs, shales. We also want to pick up any chipped sapphires and chipped amethyst, as those will be useful for cubing. Pretty good. Level 2 and 3 there. Level 4 is a no. There is a partisan. This is one of those examples I was saying where you can pick up like a partisan. Check if it runs 4 open socket. Can be really nice damage there and a great way to just get one of those. Oh, that's our map, okay. Black in a Flail is busted. Yeah, Tholio Neff, definitely really nice. But for bosses, again, it's not something that I'm generally just wanting to make like all the time. Make sure you're on players 1 for killing the Countess. And Shale Eth. All right, that makes us our rhyme. So that's the first one. That's really nice. Let's check and see how many soul runes we have as well. We do have 3 souls. So I think at this point we will just cube. 3 souls and a chipped sapphire makes a shale. And now we can do Shale Eth. This is a pretty bad shield still. Unfortunately, just a 5 all-res shield, but I haven't found a better shield, and to get a 2 open socket shield is kind of hard, honestly. So we're probably just going to use it. Wish we found better. You can't shop a Paladin shield. So it's 30 all-res. Let's swap it over here. It's 30 all-res. It's got some nice faster block rate and increased chance of blocking. Cannot be frozen, of course, and some magic find, which gives us 55% magic find, which is really nice, actually, overall. And then we have Shale Thol Lem. And of course, for Shale Thol Lem, we're just going to go to normal. Now, if you found an armor you really like, you can use it, but I'm just going to go find a breastplate because it's a light armor, so I don't get a movement penalty. Yes, there is movement penalties in this game for medium and heavy armors and shields. So you can look up all the ones that are. But yes, getting Cannot Be Frozen was like the big key there. That's the main purpose of that shield. And no, we don't need an Eth one. I'm gonna put Treachery on myself. Now, if desired, you can also give the Treachery to your mercenary first, let him proc fade, and then give it to yourself, and then you proc fade, and now like both of you can run around with fade, or vice versa, if you just want to get the fade and venom out of it, and then give it away. Yeah, you'd just be giving away the 45 IS, but you know, you could put something else on there. Why not make the new Helm rune word for Can't Be Frozen? Because I don't have an IO rune. I farmed a lot of Countess. It's only a 4% drop chance from Nightmare Countess to get an IO rune. So it's a little tough. But if I did get it, we could do Shale, IO, Thol, and then we could make a Hearth, get the Cannot Be Frozen in the Helm, and then we could put in our shield Ancient's Pledge or Spirit or something like that, which would be pretty nice, right? I mean, that's definitely a nice little boost. Now we could also make Bulwark for the mercenary there, and that's a really good helm as well. So, taking a little bit longer than usual, I would say. Normally I feel like you can find a 3 open socket breastplate pretty fast. There we go. And again, Shale Thol Lem. You can always just type it in, double check it. Shale Thol Lem, Shale Thol Lem, Shale Thol Lem, and we have Treachery! Woohoo! Oh, I need more dexterity. Let's see if I have anything with dexterity temporarily. That's fine. We'll give it to our mercenary temporarily while we get Oh my god, we're 1 dexterity short.
Yes, citizen.
So Nightmare Forge is always like just a godly place to find all your things. Yeah, we're really close to a level up, so we'll go out really fast and level. Let's go to the Flare Jungle. I believe the speed penalty would still apply to your mercenary from the heavier armor personally, but I don't think it like matters nearly as much, right? Since they just kind of teleport to you and whatever. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Let's go the rest to there. See, so he's been faded. So now he has all that boost. And now we can just swap it over. And we can go to get faded really fast. And more points to salvation. Now you can always go out and fight for it, but if you want, you can also just go stand in a fire or something. Wow. The Pierre Timbal. It might actually just be better for him. 55% chance of deadly strike is really huge.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
It does give him less attack rating boost, but his damage boost goes up, plus he has that chance of deadly strike. I think it's worth it. That's a really nice find for him. I mean, he still gets 151 attack rating. And the nice thing is we can also, if we wanted, we could put a socket in that. And then put like an Amrune or something. Now, I'm probably not going to waste a socket on it, but I still have not gotten faded yet. So we spent all that time making the insight, but then we just dropped something that's really nice. And sometimes that's how Diablo 2 works. Ooh, 21 enhanced damage and 6 to max damage. Look at that. Little something something. Or a shale, that's true, but I'd rather give him the lifesteal. Lifesteal's like super nice. A lot of fun drops today, yeah. So if we want to keep leveling up, we totally can, running around Flare Jungle and stuff. But like I was saying before, if you want to get faded, a nice easy place to do that is just stand right here, and you can even turn on your Salvation Aura. And there we go. Now we're faded. So that's always an easy way to get it activated. Experience just jumping with each kill. Yeah, I mean, there's decent experience to be had for sure. And if we want to stick around and fight everything straight up, we can. Again, we're both running around with max resistances now, which helps a ton. Okay. And one other thing you might note is I have 85 fire resist. And you're like, wait a second, why do you have 85 fire resist? You're not wearing any item that gives you, additional max fire resist. Well, it's because maximum fire resist, passive, for each point in resist fire, for every 2 points, gives us another piece there. And if I put resist fire on, I'd have 95 fire resist, which is godlike. But we don't need that, obviously. We can run around still with the 85. So that's a really nice boost.
What do you need?
And if you ever want as well, you feel like your cold res isn't up to snuff, you can always just chug a bunch of thawing potions, and now you can see not only do I get that additional 50 cold res, but I'm also up to 85 cold resist. Because you get the plus 10 on it. So there is a lot of resistance. Mercenary, no! Ooh, that's nasty right there. Now, we are entering fire immune territory and a lot of fire resist territory, which does make this a little bit difficult. So it gives us a couple things. Number one, just grabbing and running away a little bit is always valid if there's just too much stuff. Always something you can do. Just say, you know what? I can't fight all that. That's just too much. Or cast Blizzard once. Yes, of course. Let's go get our mercenary. Our chance to hit is very low because our attack rating is very low. Again, we have not really found a lot of big attack rating pieces. Let's put the treachery on our mercenary. Let him enjoy the attack speed. And get faded, hopefully soon. Dang. This is a very hard area, by the way. Chaos Sanctuary is just going to be tough. This is Players 1, but even on Players 1, Chaos Sanctuary is just going to be difficult. Again, we're going to run into these fire immunes, but we're also going to run into a lot of just boss groups that are just nasty. They just do so much damage. Plus all of the curses. Perfect, he got faded there, that's good. So really watch his life and help him out with shift 1, 2, 3, 4 to give him some potions. And it's definitely about time for swapping. That is for sure. We are getting pretty close. It does appear that we can still make it through here. Holy Freeze Mercenary would help a lot right now. Yeah, but our chance to hit would be garbage completely. At least with this, we have like somewhat a chance to hit. Now, when we do switch over, we will be putting a lot more points in Dexterity to help out there. So that will be nice. Careful with your mercenary right here. Something also that you can always abuse is monsters have a leash essentially to the boss, and you can break this leash by like going to town through a portal and stuff like that. But while they have this leash, you can really abuse it. Have them just like not always all swarm out at you if you can get the boss to kind of hang back. So. That's a nice way to just fight a few less of them. He did a decent job. He almost made it. 5 energy. Too much mana, actually. Let's get more health potions. We could run a lower resist one as well if we really wanted and just go like all in on that. Oh my god, cold enchanted stone skin? That's annoying. Okay, mercenary was going a little far. Let's see if we can get... Nope, there's just like not a lot of safety around here. Little bit of a spicy area, unfortunately. Usually in the Chaos Sanctuary, what you want to really try and do is just find a spot where there's no mobs. You can kind of have a little bit of a corner to yourself. But this one is not really going to give us that. So we'll do our usual idea. Drag to the area that we no longer need to fight. And then we can come up here and fight mobs. Also go get Chalen again. He has my treachery.
I'll put that to good use.
Gonna get faded. Aw, man. It really is crazy how fast mercenaries just die, no matter what you give them. Especially out here when there's like curses and things. It's crazy. Now, something that is nice is I actually really love the Act 5 mercenary for that. Two-handed Act 5 mercenary is a king. He's actually super tanky, way tankier than any of the other mercenaries. Only 2 open sockets. If that was 3 open sockets, could have been nice. Could have looked to make that bulwark or something in it. Oh my god, the teleport failed and it cost me my mercenary's life.
What do you need?
Unfortunate. It's alright. We'll make our way through here. And we are pretty close to respecking. Like I say, at this point, we definitely could respec for Chaos Sanctuary or not. I think it's very 50-50 on if we wanted to or not, honestly. I'm gonna hold off and just save my respec for probably like Nightmare Hell there. But I think at this point it's definitely pretty helpful. Like, yes, we get a ton of added fire damage here, and there's still a decent pulse, but that's starting to fall off. And we're also really starting to lose out now because we don't have as good of attack rating. We don't have the boost from Zeal or from fanaticism or anything. I don't know, the Act 2 or the Act 5 mercenary, what I love about him so much is that he uses Battle Cry. So he'll lower the damage of all the mobs attacking, which just ends up being super helpful. Try and just get to Sace down really fast. We can pulse on him slowly. There we go, there's a hit. Perfect. Okay. A little bit tough, but we hot. And now the big piece again is trying to just remove the masses of mobs. This has been a very hot Chaos Sanctuary. Just too many monsters in here overall. So bringing them away, giving ourselves a little bit of breathing room to go fight things. Too spicy. Just too spicy. Okay. This is Hell Plague. 2 to fire skills, which with Holy Fire works out nicely. We are going to need a better weapon though when we move into Hell. So that's something that we also do need to think about. Is what do we want to use later? Holy Shield will come with our next shift there. Okay, so here we're just going to take care of the minions. And then we can kill main guy. Not too bad. Yep, we just do not have a weapon currently to use with Fanaticism. Again, Honor is not a bad pickup. Definitely a little bit weak once we get towards that, but maybe just something we need to go for. Otherwise, it is Diablo time, baby. So we can always shift out to our Crushing Blow gloves. Now, something about Nightmare and Hell Diablo is if you get close enough, you can actually avoid his lightning attack. It will go over you. So his other attacks will not, but that one will. And you can see right there, it doesn't actually hit us. So it allows us to stand right on top of him. We're like a little bit below his mouth. Can also swap on resist fire there when he does a fire attack, and this allows us to just spend a little bit more time underneath him if we want. But our chance to hit is a little rough. Unfortunately. Go ahead and over here. I would get our mercenary, but he's just gonna die. Straight up. Homeboy gonna die so fast. Diablo just murders mercenaries especially. So I would definitely say at this point having strength would have been a decent idea, and I should probably go get it. No, unique Vulge is not worth it. Steel Goad. It's a normal pole arm. Kelby Snare would have been okay, yeah. The Fushina there. Just some of the bosses just have big damage, and the mercenary can just not tank it really well. Especially like Indariel. Indariel murders mercenaries. Just is how it be.
What do you think record is against Diablo? I'd say 10,000 and 2,000.
I've definitely killed Diablo more than 10,000 times. I mean, just on that first level 99 grind, I killed him like 5,000 times. But he's got me a few times as well, for sure. I won't pretend he hasn't. Homeboy can slap. What about smite? Yeah, so this isn't a smiter run, but you are correct. You can just smite any boss, and then with your crushing blow, you'll just murder it. Ooh, that's so good. Oh my gosh, we got Saigon's Helm, you guys. That's so good. Also, we got Sivrbs, which gives us the dual Sivrbs piece now if we wanted it. And then Berserkers as well.
Impossible.
I have in there. Oh. So Sivrbs at least has nice max damage addition based on the character level, so that's like a little fun. Saigon's is godlike, and this is also nice. But Saigon's is like super good, you guys. If I can get another Saigon's piece, then I get attack rating boost with it, which is just huge. So that's Act 4. Wow. We're flying. We're flying, everybody. Let's see how we're doing rune-wise. Eth. Do I have more eths? I do. Let's just like cube up some pieces. Make some Rao runes. And just make a little space. Okay. Perfect. Let's go to act numero 5. Ooh, get it, Tristra. Get it. So that's definitely the hardest act for Holy Fire and Nightmare. So getting out of that one is nice. Again, we could have spec'd over to Fanaticism. But I felt like Holy Fire was doing, you know, totally fine there. It wasn't the fastest thing, but it worked out, you know. Ouch. Boss. And now we get to enjoy the fruits of our labor by getting Act 5 with Holy Fire, which is nice. So they really, again, this change to Holy Fire that they implemented really did help out overall, just because before Holy Fire, you could only really take through normal. You weren't getting much further with it. But now you can take it at least up to hell. Again, Acts 1, 2, and 3 are not the worst either for fire damage. So I'm almost curious to just like see how far we can go. Just like, can we just continue? You know, obviously Act 4 of Hell it has no chance, but could we take it through Act 3 even? Maybe, I don't know. This is a little bit of a guide and also a test, which is a lot of times how some of these guided playthroughs go. But Fanaticism is definitely also at this point something that we can work with, you know. You'd think Fanaticism would be more fun to watch, but you're thinking about Fanaticism from a character that's like crushing it. This is still a, you know, level 49 Paladin without a ton of gear. Now, Saigons gives us a lot of hope and also brings in some farm potential. To try and just get one more Saigon's piece. And speaking of farming, that's right, we have hit the farm spot. If you want to just farm away like a madman, you can just farm Eldritch here over and over and over again. Now, you can also raise the player count. You can go for players 3, players 5, players 7, players 8. We can try players 8. Right? See how it goes. It'll probably be a little tough, but the experience here is massive. We really don't want to fight too much else beyond just these mobs. And something you can always do is you can get into this little hole for your farming, so that they aren't just surrounding you like crazy. Oh no, I left my crushing blow gloves on the ground. Rip. Bye bye gloves. It's okay. So this is a great place to level up because again, look how much my experience bar is going up, and then you just rinse and repeat. How'd you find that hole? I mean, there's a couple holes on the side there, so you know, you just have to, I don't know, get in there and really look for the hole, you know? Or any hole. There's a ton of them throughout the game that you'll just see, you know, here, down there, whatever. You can just try and drag them and bring them to you. There's another level. All you want to do, it's all right here. So again, you can do this to level 70 if you want. And honestly, I kind of recommend doing it for a bit. Spend 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes just farming right there, getting your levels up, because as I've talked about before, being over leveled for this character is worth it. There is just so much to be gained from having those levels. It's really such a big boost. We'll go ahead and let Chaylin get faded as well.
Baby, let's go.
Oh, Brados, thank you! Ah, the classic bad spawn from Desace to kill the hardcore character. What a classic. Yeah, the benefit is still here for sure now that we're through Act 4 of being able to just like run through and fight some mobs. But like kill a lot of mobs just by being near them and pulsing. Definitely still enjoy that benefit. We are level 50 now. And we'll go up a little bit on strength, but now we should be good on strength. So I can actually shift out. I do like him having the lifesteal though. He didn't get faded yet. Alright, we can keep waiting. God, that's such an annoying sound. New weapon soon? I mean, yeah, we could definitely use a new weapon soon. We have Siverb's Cudgel, which again is like, you know, mildly okay for a little bit of damage, but there is a lot to be desired for sure still. Old graphics, like I said, I still love the old graphics. I think there is still a lot of great contrast, a lot of great character, fantastic color palettes. Old graphics are still really wonderful. They're a little more pixelated, of course. They, you know, they have their issues, but more salvation and more vitality. I did make a life leech hum for the Mercs, but it only rolled one life leech, so we could make another one. That'd be the way to go. Alright, Mercenary got it faded. Perfect. Yeah, I actually think the inventory models for those items were actually better in LOD than a lot of the item models in D2R. Okay. Let's get ourselves a little Anya scroll. Perfect. No, no, no. Yeah, it's a nice combo we've got going there. Okay. So that's always nice. Just get an even bigger boost. We'll swap these around really fast. And hopefully get a nice fade on for ourselves again. But being able to take on Bloodlords is really nice. Yeah, you can do Ubers with Blitzsource. Solo? Yep. I know, I'm trying to take some aggro myself so I can get that fade. In single player? Uh-huh. You just need to make sure you've got good enough blizzard damage. And then you can out damage their regen and you'll be fine. Also, having a cold Sunder Charm will really help that. So you can actually kill like cold immune minions or spawns. 4.6, that's not going to be enough. I don't know exactly the number you need, but you probably want at least like 8-9k would be my guess. Ooh, that's nice. We'll give that to the mercenary. Sunder Charms only drop in Hell Terror Zones, so. Yeah, we can just swap these back and forth. Making sure each of us can stay faded. Chamron, let's go! Already bored a D4? I mean, I did it. I beat it. I did all the stuff I wanted to do. Wasn't a ton of like endgame content really. So, I felt happy with everything we did. Now, something that's always really nice and good to remember is that Nightmare Ancients is either a full level or 20 million experience, whichever one is the whichever one is lesser right there essentially. So once you hit 20 million experience, then it'll just give you that. So if you do want to go and spend some time leveling up before you go into fighting the Ancients, it's a great idea, because then that later level, like if you farm to level 70, then you just get 71 for free, right? You can't go like 98 to 99 or anything exactly, but 30 all-res crown shield. Let's go, baby! That's super nice. So that will roll 4 open sockets if we use socket quest on it, which means we could make a spirit shield. We lose canopy frozen for now, but if we were to shift over into like a hearth or something for canopy frozen, or if we find any other form of canopy frozen, then we can run a 65 whatever 70 all res essentially minus fire shield, and it'll be really nice. So, oh no! Alright, that's fine, we'll reset it. Quill rats, man, with curse. So nasty.
Good afternoon.
Or just go diamonds and not worry about resistances. You are correct. Diamonds would also work. Just max a bunch of, you know, I could just go like this. Just shove like diamond, diamond, diamond in it, and then just have crazy high resistances. But it is nice getting the other parts as well. That is a nice piece. So
What is it?
it's okay. We'll go players 8 for Mr. Chalin. You can also kind of duck in right here and they won't hit you nearly as often. Alright, my turn. Beautiful. Yes, we could also roll the shield in the cube for sockets. And then 2 sockets, exactly like you say. If it's 2 sockets, we make a dope rhyme. If it's 3 sockets, we make a Ancient's Pledge. If it's 4 sockets, we make a spirit. That could totally work as well. And of course, for a shield, it is Tal Am Perfect Ruby. So I don't have a ruby, but let's go back down to players 1. And a perfect diamond if it's 1 socket. Yeah, if it's 1 socket, it'd be really sad. Oh, that's a players 8 grouping. There's also a 3 open socket B-word sword. Could be nice to give like something to Act 5. Yeah, make a lawbringer and give it to a mercenary. If you wanted to do that. That's really nice. So really, you just got to keep your eyes out for stuff as you're playing the game, man. That's the biggest thing. It's hard to exactly say what to do in a guided playthrough because this isn't something where it's just like find a ring that has crit chance, crit, you know, damage, vulnerable strike, like, you know, you aren't just so easily getting exactly these affixes and everything that you want. A lot of it is, what do you find? What runes do you get? You know? What item bases do you get? What rares do you get? Whatever, you know? So you can always have ideas of like, again, we made Insight for our mercenary, and then we found the Pierre Timbal, and it's got 50% deadly strike and nice damage, and it's like, well, that's just gonna be better. So, our Insight is now sitting in our stash. Yeah, you definitely need some pretty good gear for soloing Ubers on a blue source. Or you need to have a really good idea of how to cheese every little tiny aspect. But even then, you're probably not just doing Blizzard. You need to go other pieces. You're gonna be a full-time long RPG streamer when it comes out? I mean, honestly, I love it. I will... That's my dream, is to just like have people be full-time long RPG streamers. Maybe it's a lame dream. I don't know. I hope the game is fun enough. Doing everything we can to make it. Wow, so that did not lead to the waypoint, surprisingly. Alright, so we gotta be a little careful down here. This has got some nasty mobs. I'm gonna teleport up and go get the waypoint really fast. Just to give us a little safety. We're using Godot. Okay. Make sure he can get his fades as well. A heraldic shield. 14 all res, but already 4 open sockets. So, gives us a spirit if we want to make it right now, which, again, we have a ton of runes for that. Do I have a Thol? I do. Alright. Why not? Tal, Thol, Ort, Am. And we get 49 Aures right there, plus nice vitality, mana, hit recovery, all of that. Yes, we lose Cannot Be Frozen for now. But going against Ancients at least, not a big deal. Stealth, I think we're done with stealth. And I don't need all of these. .41 attack rating. Half freeze duration, little MF, little mana steal. Just not quite good enough. Just not quite. I do have a perfect rupee. Ooh.
Not in town.
So we do have the opportunity then. And then for Ancients, we're going to go ahead and just get more health potions and a few more mana potions. And I actually do kind of want Crushing Blow, but we'll just take a look and see how this goes for now. Biggest thing is make sure... Oh, let's go get Crushing Blow. So let's go to normal. And we're just gonna get, I guess we'll shop it at Charcy. A 2 open socket.
Good to see you.
Scimitar is the best, but really a 2 open socket of any weapon, but the Scimitar's got nice speed.
Good day. What you need? Good day.
Just shop it really fast here. And the main purpose of this, of course, is just getting Crushing Blow. If we had Thol IO Nef and we already made a Bulwark or a Hearth and all that, we just had spare IOs, then I'd totally make a black and like a 3 open socket flail. I could also just make this in a 2 open socket flail, to be honest, as well, if we wanted to go to Farah. Right? Same thing here. Look for the 2 open socket flail. Either way totally works. Doesn't super matter. The main idea is darn 3 open sockets. Main idea is that we are just going to be, oh, it's 10 of Evil Blood Morcrus. Looking for that Crushing Blow, and this will be helpful for Ancients, but also be helpful for post-Ancients
Yes.
when we go fight Senor Bale. So shop it where you want it, but just make sure it is gray, like that, right? Then, like I said, Thol IO Nef, or in our case, Am Tier. And now we have Strength. And we can go back to Nightmare. We'll go ahead and swap this. Come up here, try and get Fade on. There we go. Try and get our Mercenary Fade as well. Have to go look around the Ancient's Way again anyway, so while we run through here, and get him faded. Yeah, I think level like 70 is a pretty decent level, honestly. For moving on to Hell. Obviously, you can go earlier. I'm going to go much earlier than that, but being mid-60s to 70 is a pretty good spot. Alright, fade him. So, we can talk a little bit of strategy now as well. Alright, he just doesn't want to get faded. First things first, we do not care to fight them if they have things like immune to physical or fire enchanted. Spectral hit, mana burns, pretty solid. That's pretty good overall. If there's fanaticism, extra strong, might aura, that sort of stuff, you probably just want to back out, to be honest, and not go for that fight. Mana burn's like slightly annoying, but it's much more workable. Now, once you have that, if you are scared, you can have Talik or come and whirlwind onto you kind of in this corner. And once he does that, he's going to stop whirlwinding. So now he'll just stay here and he's not going to whirlwind anymore. There's a few different places with the edges that you can play around with where you're going to be stuck and you won't be able to move from this one, but neither will he. So, you know, kind of fine. Also, we just have our strength here. Just nice and simple. Okay, he got his fade on. We can switch back. And now it's just easy pickings to finish him off. We're just continuing to pump that damage, but pretty easy there. If you really need some help with the Ancients, something that you can also do is you can add more potions by just dropping them on the ground. It's a nice, easy solution for you. And another point salvation. And I mean, we are cruising, man. We've got some really nice damage here. Starting to really get into a good spot. I truly believe Llama RPG will be fun enough that I'm not going to care about these other games and if they're going to be good or not. So that's level 1. Level 2, I recommend getting the waypoint. Generally, the best way to do this is to run counterclockwise around level 2. Not always. If you run into the exit, then you just turn around and run clockwise generally. We also have no Can't Be Frozen. That is correct. Currently, I am running... Oh my god, Spectral. I am running no Cannot Be Frozen with the idea that Spirit and the +2 skills I'm getting on my Holy Fire is helping me out a little bit more. And we're getting also more resistances here, which is nice. We did find Spectral Shard, not really of use to us, unfortunately. Well, if PoE2 gets it right, I mean, if PoE 2 gets it right, then, you know, that's nice for the PoE people. Let's get rid of the emerald. And I mean, I'd still probably enjoy the game, but I'm a firm believer in Llama RPG. Thank you, Lo! Exclamation mark RPG Discord. So getting that waypoint just ensures if you run into just some terrible, terrible zone down below that you have some ways to deal with it. Go ahead and swap. First unique ring, what's it gonna be? Who dropped it? Aw, nice low. Ouch, that is a little spicy. We'll let our mercenary handle the dolls. Remember, dolls explode and do exploding damage, and it just is murderous. So, need to be a little careful. If you have max block and stuff, it's not nearly as bad, but we do not currently, so. Now we also need to be careful here, as there is a little bit more stuff that can hurt our mercenary. And us. Ah. Down he goes. So brutal. It's Oblivion Knights, man. 22 Nagel? We'll take it. Nope, nothing face tanks. A pack of dolls, except, like I say, max block can work on it. Alright, I'll take the Oblivion Knights, you take the Doom Knights. Sound like a plan? Oh, a couple back here. I mean, Diablo 4 is a lot like Diablo 3 Abaddon. If we're gonna be honest. It just doesn't look cartoonish, but they took a lot of systems from Diablo 3. I have the Blessed Aim Merce currently. I definitely think the Holy Freeze Merce would also be decent, but I wanted some attack rating, though it looks like he's not even giving me attack rating right now. So for this wave, what I like to do is I like to drag. I'm also going to put... I guess I don't have Can't Be Frozen right here. I like to drag these guys all the way down here and kill them outside, essentially. Or close by. That way, when we go up to kill the other guys, we're not just getting pounded left and right. Makes it a little bit easier. Act 5 mercenaries are great. The two-handed is better than the frenzy, in my opinion. Heal up, get a few more. Good weapon for Act 5 Mercs. Lawbringer's great. We found an Eth 3 open socket B sword, and that would be definitely like a decent one. Your mercenary may die to Hydras here. Ours, thankfully, with the treachery fade, is able to stay maxed and be okay. We'll go another point salvation, another point here. If you want to increase player count, I'm going to try players 3 for this wave 4. This is a great place to get some experience as well. And again, we just want to make sure we drag the monsters out of the range of Decrepify. Looks like players 3 was a little hard for him. Sadly. So, yeah, a little bit rough. We'll go down to players 1 again. It was worth a try, but it's probably best to kill on players 1, so now you know. But this gives us some options. Number 1 is we just teleport out here. And then we can just fight some mobs out here. Can also let him get decrepified again. Or not decrepified, faded. See if we can get a little bit more to fight us out here. Guys are hitting pretty nasty right now. Some good damage coming out from them. And what we can do there is we can actually just teleport back in. So if you do make a mistake, catch a group you don't want to catch like that, whatever, you can just skip it by dragging them out of the throne and then fighting, which then of course gives you the same thing that you can do here. Is if you do not wish to fight wave 5, wave 5 is a very tough wave, you can rinse and repeat and do that same thing of dragging them outside of the throne. And just like that, we are ready to fight Mr. Bale. Now we'll go ahead and get our mercenary.
Yes.
Brave Sir Llama, that's right. Plenty of ways to cheese the game, for sure. And we'll put our rhyme back on because Cannot Be Frozen is helpful here for sure. Don't forget a safety TP. Oh no, he lured one guy back in somewhere. There he is. If he won't go away, there's one dude who somehow found his way back in. We'll need to kill him. All right. And now we swap over to strength because again, crushing blow is going to do a lot for us. Small hits are nice, but when we get those big chunks from crush and blow, that's what feels great. Now again, our attack rating definitely needs some help. I really want some Saigons, and honestly, in part hell, I might go back and farm some Saigons first. If I'm gonna be honest. There we go, there's a couple crush and blow hits. I don't have Angelics, but Saigons is like having Angelics. Having Saigon's Helm there. Man, he is just in a jumpy mood right now. Of course, we could just do a bunch of Eldritch runs as well. The more that you spend with these kinds of characters farming and doing that sort of stuff, the better off you're going to be. If clones spawn, you can always run away, but... And then they will despawn after 8 seconds.
You shall no longer take this mortal realm.
But who needs that? Nightmare is done, everybody! Give yourselves the clap. Well done. Wow, 30 IAS, 93 ED. Little fun blood knife. I almost want to run that. Part of me wants to use it. Dual leech.
Good evening.
That's also nice. 30 IAS, 110 ED. If we up that. I mean, I don't really have a weapon yet. You know, that's the thing. So it's like... Maybe... Farm Crescent Moon. Crescent Moon would be amazing.
Hey Llama, for leveling my FOH smiter, should I just complete the smite skills first then move to Holy Bolt and FOH, or mix it up?
Could socket it, put a 21 ED 6 max in it. Complete the smite skills first. You're probably gonna be more on Fist of Heavens, I would say, through, and then smite you don't need as much, but just depends which one you want to focus more. You can do either. So if you want to have some question on how that would look, you can always look at it and say like, okay, a barbed club goes to a tyrant club. So 13 to 25 goes to 32 to 58. Much bigger strength requirement, but the damage would go up a decent amount. It would definitely be a pretty solid boost, but the problem is upgrading rares exceptional to elite, foul, perfect sapphire. Which in that case we're making a crescent moon. Right. So that's the unfortunate piece, is that it's just too expensive. Too expensive to make that upgrade. So this one is a bone knife already, but 44 to 94 damage is pretty decent. We only need 75 dex, which we would totally have. We don't need much strength, which we could have. I think that could be totally fine. I think that could be totally fine right there. Yeah, we're zoomed in, sorry. So that, keep that, go there. And we'll just do a tiny bit of farm time to like finish off today. But this should hopefully at least again give you a pretty good idea. So one more piece, we'll go back to the zoom, is if you go to Silo's pen, right here, Go to Resurrected. We've got, what, 55 Magic Find. We can look at boss monsters across all of them. And we can look for set item. And we'll look for Saigon's Gauge. It looks like Mephisto. This is all quest. Nightmare and Dariel's not a bad spot. Mephisto. Normal. Pretty good spot. We can look at Saigon's Wrap. Probably similar ideas. Yep. So probably just killing normal Mephisto is really the best way to go and like the fastest way to try and get there. But that's looking at bosses. Let's take a look at super uniques. And we have Nightmare Cow King. It's pretty good. But we don't know how well we would do with cows right now. Nightmare Cow King as well, though. 184. So it does give you some nice spots right there. Eldritch is 1 in 1300. It's not bad. Not bad at all. So we can take a peek. We can go give a quick little try on cows and see how it does. 1 out of 84 is not bad at all. Nightmare Mephisto might just be faster though. Or normal Mephisto, excuse me. It was 1 in 134, I think. And that was on players 1, so if we increase it to like players 3, it'll be even better on normal. So normal Mephisto is probably going to be our best spot. Wow, what is this map? Hold on. Oh, it's going to keep going out straight left? Interesting. Yeah, let's go there. Let's go to normal Mephisto. Now, obviously, Nightmare, Mephisto, and cows and things can yield other better drops. But something we can also look at doing is we can look... I don't have any Topaz. Wow. If I had Topaz and stuff, I could just shove Topaz into like various things for more magic find.
What you need?
We can maybe try and... I could go get some magic find on some gloves if I really wanted. From Nightmare Act 2. Some boots as well, though I do have 8% there. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we've got rhyme with some... Exactly. And I should do players 3. That's right. But I'm just going to show you guys how like rapid fire you can actually magic find with all of this. Let's go players 3. The reason I go players 3 is, hey, look at that. 17 magic find. Perfect.
What do you need?
This is normal Mephisto, so we just teleport over. Charge our way in. Players 3, charge our way to Mephisto. Kill Mephisto. Look for what we want. If you don't find it, go here. Rinse and repeat. Why not players 8? Because players 3 is, you're pretty much almost all the time going to find everything you want. Or the like big bosses are going to drop all their items on players 3 almost every single time. for like Diablo, Mephisto, Baal, that stuff. So not really worth the time it takes otherwise. Yeah, we're looking for Saigon's gear, which seems a little silly, but we have Saigon's helm, and I really need attack rating badly. And if we could just get a small attack rating boost on this character, it would mean the world. I wonder if actually exiting here, because we don't have that load time, would actually just be faster. Rather than waiting to go through that longer load to get to Act 4. It's probably very similar, to be honest. Probably pretty similar. I don't have any vigor right now, no. Yes, they do, Rag. There's some blue greaves. 1 point vigor would be nice, but it costs 4 points to get there, which is just super annoying. Nightmare Andy seems to be better odds. It said normal Mephisto. Now, finding Angelic Ring and Ami would be very nice, yes. I mean, we can go take a look again. Come here, Resurrected, players 3. We have actually 63 magic find. Bosses, all. Set item. Saigon's Gauge. So this is the quest drop, which we don't have. So don't look at quest drops. So yeah, Nightmare and Dariel is 1 in 104. And this is 1 in 108. So it's slightly better to go to Nightmare and Dariel. But Mephisto, the map we have is really fast. I don't think we'd be quite as fast map-wise. And Dario can drop a little bit of other stuff, which is true and is nice. It's definitely a little bit more of drops there. But this is, for straight getting to a boss as fast as possible, this is like really, really fast. It's called Silo's Pen. So for those who are, of course, watching YouTube, just want to move on to part Hell, feel free. If you wish to farm along with me, again, you might have better, I'm very specifically looking for Saigons, and so this is a nice like place to find my Saigons. But you can be farming Eldritch, you can be farming Nightmare Mephisto, Nightmare and Dariel. There's obviously better drops to be had at some of those. Yeah, you know, it's kind of like, go figure exactly what you're looking for. Go look up the various items. Figure out what you want. The reason I'm really liking here is I really just want one other Saigon's piece. Saigon's belt would be a little sad since we would lose our piece. Gray, thank you. Our gold wrap. Saigon's boots would be really godly. Saigon's gloves would be 30 IAS, which would be huge. So that'd probably be my most desired Saigons. But there's really just nice combinations with multi-pieces of Saigons. That's a really nice belt.
Yes.
24 hit recovery, 29 cold res. Thanks, Gray. Why not Sanders gloves? I would also accept Sanders gloves. I haven't found them though, you know, that's kind of the thing. You try your best. Now, something that would be helpful is if I had a bunch of topaz. Again, shove a bunch of topaz and helms and armors and then wear those. Get myself up to a couple hundred MF. Speed it up. Not quite. Not quite. And I do think this is a great thing that you can be doing for, honestly, like I said, all sorts of items. Whether it's normal, whether it's nightmare, you're looking for runes, you're looking for whatever pieces. Getting a little bit of extra gear is really helpful. We're on players 3. Paladin's 55. Slave amps, thank you. Players 5 won't take much longer, but also really won't change a lot. And Millibrigas. Thank you for the Prime sub, and also reminding everybody, they might have a Twitch Prime subscription they're just sitting on and they have not used. You can use it here, helps the channel out. You can use it somewhere else, but if you don't use it, you're using it on Daddy Bezos. So just know that. Like I say, Saigon's gloves are my ideal find right now. Just have that combination, gloves and helm. Oh. And Mephisto can drop many of the Saigon's pieces, so it's not like it's 1 in 104 only. You know, this is us trying to get lots of them. Which opens up, gives us some options. Yes. Siggies. Yep, I just recharged the teleport. Oops. Plated belt right there. Hell Plague. Another plated belt. Just can't roll it set right now. Mephisto's just not doing it for us, man. So close every time. Streamer map? Hey, I have to use a whole teleport to get through here. Thank you very much. I think they fixed that as well now, I crit, so it just doesn't matter in any way now. This is actually the fastest map, though, with this quick teleport. Yes, it costs a teleport, but... We're dying here, man. What are you doing to me, Mephisto? He's trolling us. Looking hard-boiled. I don't know what that means. Kids and their lingo these days. Brutal. Triple set. When you want the Saigons, they never drop the Saigons. Find Millibregas. It's actually not a bad, like, combo set, to be honest. Ay, Dios mío, Fisto. Exactly. Brutal. We're hitting sets, just not the right ones exactly. It'd be awful bad, Gerbil, huh? At this point, it's like, maybe we just go farm Nightmare Mephisto, get some better drops, and then just get whatever happens along the way, you know? Just kind of casually run into some Saigons. The real loot is the friends we made along the way, and Saigons. Can't stop now. Time's up, it's data clock, I know. If only we had Gold Dagger? Dude, if only. Be so good right now. Oh. So many Saigons pieces he could be dropping us. And he's laughing in our face. Maybe I'll drop like a Nagel ring or something and we'll at least, you know. What was that he just dropped back there? Chain boots. It is data clock. We might just have to farm in the next in part hell. Do a little pre-farm. Oh, all right. It's data clock. Drops are getting worse somehow. We'll be back and we'll have some more farming for part hell. Thank you guys for being here.